2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of...
Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is a mic check from the outside host location. Check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Checking the mic from the outdoor location. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Check 1, 2, testing 1, 2. Yeah, it could be a little lower. It's lower in here for sure. The desk. Probably them down a bit. Yeah.
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a mic check 1, 2, 3, 4.
And this is a broadcast check from the Oval. And this one can come up a little bit too. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Check 1, 2. Seems good in here.
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. This is from the outdoor desk. 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1 as we do a check. 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, so checking 1, 2. We have the aisle pick 5 to kick things off on this Saturday afternoon. It's Governor's Plate Day, 82 minutes before race 1 post time. So we're doing some audio checks here today and make sure that we're all balanced and ready to go. The aisle pick 5 kicks off on the first 5 races today and a low 15% takeout. And there's the late pick 4, Peter.
Yeah, lots on the go here, Lee. Lots of wagering options. Like you mentioned, that late pick 4, that comes up in race number 13 this afternoon. And, of course, it is the $1,000 guaranteed pool. We'll have the super high fives. They come up in races 5 and 16, and we kick it all off with the Owl pick 5 in race number 1.
And everything you need is in the player portal. You'll find that at Redshores.ca. Okay, so and after race number 4, there will be the motorcade. The official motorcade will arrive, and our dignitaries will be in after race 4. So no warm-ups after the 4th, and
And this is from the outdoor desk again, doing a test as we get set for Governor's Plate 57. It's presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. It'll be race number 16 this afternoon. And again, we have lots of betting options. We kick it off with the Owl pick 5 in race 1. The 2 super high fives on race 5 and 16. And the late pick 4, it begins on race number 13 tonight.
And we do have some opportunities to show some Governor's Plate history over the years, and we'll be doing that on the broadcast today, and looking forward to taking a trip down memory lane. Okay, and this is mic number 2 from the Oval. And we'll do an audio check here to get the balance from our world headquarters at Redshores.ca. And as we mentioned, a lot of the betting profile on tonight's 16- race program. And coming up after race number 4 will be the official motorcade. That'll arrive on this beautiful Saturday afternoon/evening.
Couple of vehicles parked behind the motorcade need to be moved right away. We have a silver Malibu, license plate 955 AES, and a Honda CRV, New Brunswick license plate KHA 494. They need to be moved immediately.
time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera off.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Governor's Week. It continues with Governor's Plate 57 live from Red Shores and Summerside Raceway. And there's a look at the track records right here. Roll'em 151-1. That's what we'll be up against here tonight. It is Race Day live from beautiful Summerside, Prince Edward Island. You're with Lee Drake, along with Peter McPhee and Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth getting ready to call all the action. What an action-packed card this is going to be tonight, gentlemen. We have 16 races on the card tonight. It is sunny and warm. The temperature in the mid-20s feels more like closer to the 30s. The wind from the west-southwest at 21 kilometers an hour with gusts to 33. And the sun sets at around 9 o'clock tonight. The Governor's Plate race presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge is scheduled to go to gate at 9:06. And Rocky, what a field we have for Plate 57.
Yeah, the 16th race tonight, we have Roll'em and Mark Campbell on the rail with High Voltage Deo 2 and Corey McPherson. Bounty Hunter 3 with Kenny Arsnow. Mickey Shan. My top pick from post 4 with Jason Hughes.
Yeah, 5 is Twinbee Tough Enough. He won it last year for Barrio, and they have a big shot from post 5. Tony Too Tall, Miles Heffernan 6. Blood Money, that's Dr. Mitch Downey 7. And Middleton Terror, David Dowling 8 on the outside. Sets up to be a great field here tonight, Lee.
Yeah, and you know, we have all the great conditions to go with it. And we also have the All-Stars added to the team here tonight. The All-Star handicapping condition it comes into place with Ken Workington, who's been leading this competition so far, Melissa Keith and Garnet Barnsdale. So they have their picks all generated and ready to go, and we'll be tracking along with them as well. So before we move any further, though, we have to get all those program and equipment changes on the Plate 57 card, and we'll send it upstairs to the voice of Island Racing, who will call all the action tonight, Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Lee, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway. For today's racing program, event number 14 of the meeting, featuring the 57th edition of Summerside's race, the Governor's Plate, with $50,000 on the line. Track condition listed as fast, 25 degrees Celsius, and that track condition is listed by the officiating members from the Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission. Today, the senior judge is Mr. Derek Fallon. The associate judges are Mr. Dylan Elaine and Mr. Derek Quinn. Now here are today's program and equipment changes. First change, go to race number 2. In the second race, number 3, Lady Divine, going from Swedish blind bridle to an open bridle and adding cheek rolls. Next change, turn to race number 5. In the fifth race, first super high 5 of the program, number 2, Freight Air, adding blinkers and a tail tie. Next change, go to race number 8. 8th race, the Andy Perry Memorial Trot. Number 6, Buckhead Ridge, removing the ear hood, adding ear plugs and cheek rolls. Next change, go to race number 11. In the 11th race, number 8, James Rain, a chart line not showing, 17th of July here in Summerside Fast Track. Scoring on the rail and finished 3rd. Was race timed in 1:58-1, driven by Jacob Sweet. Final changes on the program go to the final race. That's race number 16. Plate 57, number 1, Roll'em, from a straight overcheck bit to a Z-guide And we have a couple of disappointing factors, but I commend the trainers for scratching their horses here in the $50,000 final. Number 2, High Voltage Dale has been scratched. Number 8, Middleton Terror has been scratched. Race 16, scratches of 2, High Voltage Dale and 8, Middleton Terror. That will wrap up the changes at this time on today's racing program. First race will go to the gate at 4 o'clock, leaving you 24 minutes to make your race 1 selections.
Race Day Live continues from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. to Race Day Live.
Okay, so welcome back to Race Day Live here at Summerside, and we have the pregame ready to go here, and it's a beautiful day. We have sunshine, temperature at 25, and the wind, well, we have a little bit of wind here, 21 kilometers an hour, gusts to 33, and the sunset coming in at 9 o'clock tonight. The big race is scheduled to go at 9:06. Just before we get to the field, and if you missed some of the program and equipment changes there, we are, well, going to take you back to Miller Lane. And this is a golden anniversary back to 2018. And it was a big trip for Zara Sealster and Kenny Arsenault. Big trip on a cool night there in 2018. I remember it well.
Yeah, we're going to go through a lot of memories here tonight in Summerside with the Governor's Plate. But we thought we'd play this one because it was special. It was the golden anniversary of the Governor's Plate. We're going to pick this up at the half. We go back to 2018. Here it is.
55-4 opening half mile, 28-3 in the second split, to the back stretch, second and final time, 3/4 pole land, they go there now, Euchert still the leader, Czar Sealster is second, Mr. Irresistible, third at the rail, Do Over Hanover, now fourth, then in fifth, Keep Coming, 3/4 up in 1, 24-1. It's Governor's Plate 50, homeward bound. Euchert is still there. Czar Sealster coming to him on the outside. Czar Sealster, Euchert, Czar Sealster, Kenny Arsenault capture the golden anniversary of the Governor's Plate. Second, that's Euchert. Mr. Irresistible, third. Time for the mile, 1:53-2. Wow!
So there you have it, Peter and Rocky. It was a cool night. I remember it in 2018. Czar Sealster, it was the 50th anniversary of that. Just a classic Kenny Arsenault drive there, the way that race set up for him, and he just came off the back of the leader through the stretch and was able to get it done. And it was also interesting, all the way back in 2018, that opening station, they reached it 27-1.
Well, Rock, I know Kenny's driven lots up here over the years, and that was a masterful drive just coming into the two-hole there.
Absolutely one of the best drivers to ever drive here in Prince Edward Island, and was very excited to see him get his second Governor's Plate with Czar Sealster.
Now, that horse, 9 years old at the time, trained by Greg Weatherby, owned by Tammy Johnson of Vernon Bridge, and Kenny said to me that night in the winner's circle, I want to enjoy it because I don't know how many of these I have left. Well, guess what? He's back in Plate 57 tonight, and he's got a shot in there with a great story today. I want to commend Jason Simmons, who did the story in The Guardian, the Journal Pioneer, where they did an interview with Kenny today. He just got his 1,000th training win, which is very special. He's got over 3,400 driving wins, but you know, he's got a good shot in here tonight. And let's have a look at the plate now. We had the equipment and program changes announced a little earlier and when we went on the air, so we do have some changes in Plate 57 presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Rocky?
Yeah, Roland is going to be on the rail with Mark Campbell with a bridle change. Adds a Z guide tonight. The 2 high voltage Deo has been scratched. Bounty Hunter 3, Mickey Shan is 4.
Yeah, and Twin B Tough Enough, there he is. He's post position 5. Now he'll move in due to the scratch, but he's the defending champ. He won it last year for Gilles Barrio. Gilles has the most Governor's Plates right now coming into this race. Gilles has 6. He won that last year with Twin B Tough Enough. So they got a shot here tonight. 6 is Tony Tutal with Miles Heffernan Sr. Blood Money will come from post 7, Dr. Mitch Downey. And the other scratch that was announced just recently, Middleton Terror, out tonight.
So there you have it. That's the Governor's Plate version now that we're going with on this beautiful Saturday afternoon/evening. Governor's Plate 57 presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. A couple other notes for you before we move on here as we make our way to the Atlantic Postgall's paddock cam for the opener here. But after race 4, there will be the motorcade. That's the entrance of the motorcade. So we're going to have the track will be shut down for that. We'll introduce the dignitaries and get through that type of the ceremony. And then it is clear sailing right on through the night as well. And as I mentioned a little earlier, Rocky and Peter, we have the All-Stars back in action tonight.
Yeah, this is the third leg. Ken Workington is the leader right now. So Kenny looking to have a big third week here. He likes a 7-2-6. Melissa Keith 2-4 and 7, and Garnet Barnsdale 7-2 and 6.
And Rocky, you're working a combination of also with the theme there with Ken and Garnet. You're liking the 7 on top.
Absolutely. I like the 7 to win this one with the 6 for second and the 5 in there for third. So I'm going with a 7-6-5 here in the opener.
All right, so you got to look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam, new to Summerside, and we'll be greeting the horses and the drivers in the post parade coming up shortly. Race Day Live continues from Summerside, Prince Edward Island.
First race on the track for the parade. Lennox Sire Stakes, 3-year-old facing colts. B Division. Red Eye to Shanghai 1. Wade Myers of Charlottetown, the owner, trainer, and driver. 2 Flamin' Freddy, owned by Renison Racing Incorporated, and Nicholas Fleming of Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison, Brady Sweet. Redland Extinguisher number 3, owned by Peter Smith of Stratford, Gerald Morrissey of Charlottetown, Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. Sergeant Crowley number 4, owned by the Element Stable, and Barbara Crowley of New Brunswick, trained by Sifroy Melanson, Gilles Barrio. 5 is Arthur Idlam, owned by Gaston Idlam Incorporated of Bathurst, New Brunswick, Greg McGinnis the trainer, Ryan DeRoche drives. Kimberly Duke, the 6, owned by George Rodley of Summerside, Ian Tate of St. Andrews, Nova Scotia, trained by Joe Baxter, Kenny Murphy up. Miramichi Charlie number 7, owned by Clayton and Joseph McCombs of Miramichi, New Brunswick, trained by Danny Romo. Mark Campbell gets the call. 3 minutes to post time. Welcome to Red Shores, Summerside, and Governor's Plate 57, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Lee Drake, Rocky Skirman, and Peter McPhee are coming up next.
So there you have it. That is the Isle Pick 5. We're going to roll it in here for the opening race here on Governor's Plate tonight at Summerside. The Isle Pick 5 picked the winner of the first 5 races in a row. And the low 15% takeout in that guaranteed pool at $2,000. So we have the first introduced to the Atlantic Sire Stakes, the Colts in action, the 3-year-old Colts, over to Rocky Skirman and Peter McPhee to pick up the action.
Thanks very much, Lee. And yeah, we're going to head out to the track here for race number 1. Boy, it's a beauty of a day here in Summerside, fast and 25 as we get going here, Rock. And you're landing on the 7 here, Miramichi Charlie for Clayton and Joseph McCombs. They are the owners here, and Danny Romo trains. Danny's trained a lot of winners over the years. Mark Campbell, he's been hot. He's leading the Basil well, and rocking. You're going to Mark here.
Yeah, leaving 7. I think he can overcome that. Raced in Truro last Friday night, July the 11th in the Atlantic Sire Stakes B Division. Finished 3rd, race time 1:56.3. If you look at his lines, he's got 9 starts and 8 times in the top 3 with 4 wins and a record of 1:56.4 at Truro at the bottom of his lines on May the 30th. Miramichi Charlie from post 7. Mark Campbell is hot in the Basil Whalen. He's already got 18 wins this week coming into this card. So Miramichi Charlie from post 7 with Mark Campbell, 3-2.
So we're under a minute to go here before race number 1. Need you in on the action. It's the first of 16 today, and a beautiful day here in Summerside. And this is the 6. Timberly Duke for George Riley of Summerside. And Ian Tate, they share the ownership. Joe Baxter trains, and Kenny Murphy gets the call. Rock, you're going to put them in here from post 6.
Yeah, if you look at that last line on July the 13th, left from 7, was 7 by 12 lengths at the quarter and 10 at the half. Circle up 3 wide, and he just got beat by 3 1/4. That's a pretty good trip from the 7 hole here. 157.3, 29.4 on the end of it. He can bust the gate really good. I think he could be up handy the front end in this one. Timberly Duke is still looking for that first win of the season, but I think he'll be close today. Timberly Duke and Kenny Murphy from post 6. Good odds, 12-1.
Okay, like I said, getting close here in race number 1. Need you in on the action here as we kick it off on a beauty Saturday afternoon from Summerside. And Rock, you're going to a long shot here to round out your try. Arthur Idlam for the team of DeRoche and McGinnis today.
Yeah, it was a winner 2 back here on July the 8th. Left on the rail, was a winner by 3/4 of a length in 1:58.3. And the last start, he left from post 8, July 13th, and he rallied up to finish 4th, 1:58 flat, 29.3 on the end of it. And he does show a mile in 1:57.4 there. Could be some value play for you long shot players here this afternoon. He's post 5. He's Arthur Idlam. Ryan DeRoche had a driving double last night. He's in the bike, and they are good odds, 35-1.
there's a look at the field for the opener here tonight at Summerside, and you get the backstretch beat working on a combination of 7-2-4. You'll find all of them by Nicholas Oakes in the official souvenir program tonight, and the classifier's choice at 2, 7, and 6. The 2 is Flamin' Freddy, and we want to thank the Renison Racing Stable for dropping off some hats here to the broadcast team. So Andrea, thank you very much, and George and the rest of the team, we appreciate that. They're going to look good.
Really nice. Thanks again.
The countdown clock is in for the opener. They're lining in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. And let's send it upstairs to open up the call on Governor's Plate night. Here's Vance Cameron.
Red Eye to Shanghai, Flamin' Freddy, Redland Extinguisher. Sergeant Crowley, Arthur Idlam, Timberly Duke, Miramichi Charlie, 1st Division of the Atlantic Sires. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Ralphin pacing, Sergeant Crowley leaving out, Red Eye to Shanghai, splitting them to the turn, Flaming Freddy. Then the 4th one is Redland Extinguisher. Arthur Idlam got away 5th with Miramichi Charlie 6, and the trailer 7, Timberly Duke. Up the backstretch for time 1 to the quarter pole they go. From the outside, Flamin' Freddy for Brady Sweet are the leaders. Along the inside, 2nd, Red Eye to Shanghai. Then 3rd is Sergeant Crowley. 4th is Redland Extinguisher. Then 5th is Arthur Idlam. Miramichi Charlie goes 6th, followed by the trailer 7th. Timberly Duke 28 and 3 was the opening quarter mile as they round the paddock turn for time 1. On the lead, Flamin' Freddy and Brady Sweet headed towards the half mile. 2nd is Red Eye to Shanghai. Sergeant Crowley 3rd, 4th. That's Redland Extinguisher. Miramichi Charlie's underway from the back. Timberly Duke moving up 6th, and now the trailer 7th. That is Arthur Idlam. Halfway home in the afternoon's opener. Flamin' Freddy, the midway point leader in 58-4. Tracking 2nd, Red Eye to Shanghai. Miramichi Charlie has picked him off now. He's up to engage the leader en route to 3/4. Coming 2nd over 4th is Timberly Duke. Sergeant Crowley 5th. Arthur Idlam now 6th. The trailer, Redland Extinguisher. They're arriving at 3/4. Flamin' Freddy is still there. Red Eye to Shanghai up the inside. Regaining 2nd. Hanging on the outside 3rd is Miramichi Charlie. 1:28 and 1 was the 3/4. And they're homeward bound here in the opener. Flamin' Freddy the leader. Red Eye to Shanghai. Miramichi Charlie up the inside. Sergeant Crowley. Flamin' Freddy opens up. Plate 57 day for Brady Sweet. Red Eye to Shanghai 2nd. Miramichi Charlie 3rd. Time for the mile 1:57. Full lot.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 1 from Redshores and Summerside this afternoon. Rock, great way to kick it off. Universal Media with the slow-mo here. And Flaming Freddy. Rock sat briefly in the 2-hole, but in and around, Brady wanted to control this right from the jump.
28-3, 58-4, 128-1. Here's the stretch drive. Flamin' Freddy to the inside. Red Eye to Shanghai. Had some step coming down the stretch. Miramichi Charlie kind of lost it up the backstretch a little bit, but then come back on in the stretch, and they're going to battle to the wire. Here's a great shot by Universal Media, and we're seeing Flaming Freddy get it all here in 1:57 flat. Flamin' Freddy right to his record. They took 2 starts ago here. Red Eye to Shanghai in there for 2nd. Miramichi Charlie 3rd. 2:17 unofficially in the opener. We'll see Flamin' Freddy and Brady Sweet in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winter Circle next.
Flamin' Freddy on his way into the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle in the afternoon's first race. Bay Pacing Gelding 3 by Flameproof Hanover. Off the Art Major Dam, Hay Stacked. Owned by Renison Racing and Nicholas Fleming of Nova Scotia. Bred by Norman Hall of Charlottetown. Trained by George Renison, Brady Sweet. Drives the colt right to his record of 157. Flamin' Freddy in a division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes, 3-year-old pacing colts and geldings with the winner's circle presentation. Now the official results in the first race, Red Eye to Shanghai was second. Flamin' Freddy the winner. Redland Extinguisher 7th. Sergeant Crowley 4th. Arthur Idlam 5th. Timberly Duke 6th. Miramichi Charlie 3rd. 28 and 3. 58 and 4. 128 and 1. The mile 157. From the top, your program reads 217 45 6-3. Flamin' Freddy 550. The exactor $52. Triactor $112.50. Superfecta $31.18.
Okay, so welcome back to Race Day Live here in Summerside. As we're getting ready to go for race number 2, we'll be heading to the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam in just a minute. But first, we're going to tell you about the HPI Governor's Plate Week offer that's been underway here all week. And it's an opportunity for you to play the horses here. You spend $25 or more across the country, you'll get the 5% cash back. And of course, that's been happening all week, and it continues right through to race number 16 tonight. There's a look at the paddock cam for you, brought to you by Atlantic Post Calls. And And Peter, we have the All-Stars in action tonight, and we've got all kinds of different picks.
Yeah.
With the program, of course, you can get the backstretch beat in there and the classifier's choice because you don't have enough space on the screen.
That's it.
But other than that, we do have those All-Star picks that are ready to go.
Yeah, Melissa Keith leading off. Melissa going to the 5 in here. That's Navalny and Brady Sweet. Brady won the first one, so Brady looking to go back-to-back. He's got a shot here. 5-2-4 from Melissa. Ken Morkington leading 6-5 and 4. And Rock, I'll turn it over to you for the last couple.
Yeah, Barnsdale likes 5-4-3, and I'm going to go 5-4-2 here in the second race, and they're making their way out of the paddock right now.
Second race sponsored by Top to Floors around Parade, Freeman's Legacy 1. Jacob Sweet trains and drives for owner Mackenzie Arsenault of Alberton. 2 Good Omen, owned by Roseanne Langell. Ellie Driscoll of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Paul Langell. Lady Divine 3 is owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge, David Dowling. Roll with Hottie Toddy 4 is owned and trained by Trevor Hicken of Montague, Miles Heffernan. 5 Navalny, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated of Elmsdale, trained by Jeff Holmes, Brady Sweet drives. 6 Sharkey, owned and trained by Jack McGurk of Kensington, Mark Campbell. 4 minutes. 2 post time. Lee, Rocky, and Peter are back with an update on the Basil Whalen Memorial top driver standings.
Yeah, here it is, guys. And, well, we were saying at the top of the show here tonight, the Basil Whalen Memorial Trophy, unlike other years, Rocky and Peter, we've had to wait right through to the end, and sometimes we couldn't even present it then. I don't think that's going to be the case tonight.
I don't think so, Rock. I mean, you've been here all week. You've seen how Mark has done, and he's been pretty dominant right from last Sunday, really, Rocky.
Yeah, and if you look at them standings, Corey McPherson's got to win 10 races tonight to tie him. So it's it's a given. Mark Campbell is leading the way with 18 wins. Corey McPherson second with 8, and Jill Berrio with 6 wins in the Basil Whalen Memorial Trophy top standings.
Okay, getting set for race number 2 this afternoon from Summerside. Just a beautiful day for standardbred racing here as we land on the 5 here. This is Navalny for Dale and Ronnie Rennie of Elmsdale, and they are the owners. Jeff Holmes trains and Brady Sweet does the driving. Rock, this horse is knocking on the door when you look at the lines.
Yeah, and look, he was first over the last start here on July 15th, left from 4, and he was out there a long way and still finished third and paced a mile in 1:54 and 1, closed it out in 29 seconds flat. And if you look at those lines, 4 down, he shows finishing second, just beat 3/4 of a length at Charlottetown June 21st in 1:52 and 3, closing it out in 27 and 4. I see him on top in here. It's Navalny with Brady Sweet from post 5, 2-1.
Okay, 2 to go here before race number 2. There is an equipment change on the 3 Lady Divine here. Swedish Blind to open with cheek rolls. Also an additional chart line on Freeman's Legacy. Raced here on the 1601 level. Left 2, and he was a winner, 55 and 3. So, Rock, we go to the 4 here. Roll with Hottie Toddy for Trevor Hicken. And Trevor does the training as well. Miles Heffernan Sr. And last time out, they were oh so close to winning.
Yeah, left on the rail was 2 at the quarter, and then was on the front, 2 by 1 at the wire, 155 and 4, closed it out 28 and 3. Kenny Murphy was in the bike. He's camera shy this year, still looking for that first win of 2025. He had 8 last season, 153 and 1 at Truro Raceway, season's best. Great spot to work it from today. It's Roll with Hottie Toddy with Miles Sr. right now at 2 to 1.
Okay, here's the 2, Good Omen. This is Langell today. He does the training and the driving here. And Rock, inside here for Good Omen. I think he should get a good trip today.
I think he will get a great trip in here. And if you look 4 down to that line in Charlottetown, June the 7th, he shows 153 and 4, 29 and 1 on the end of it, finishing second. In his last one at Charlottetown, July the 5th, left on the rail, finished 4th, just beat 3 lengths, 154 and 2, 29 and 1 on the end of it. Another one a little camera shy in 2025. He's still looking for that first win. Could be today. Good Omen with Paul Langell, 5 to 1. Have a birthday wish here this afternoon to Don Bairstow, celebrating his 88th birthday with us. He was the starter at Fredericton Raceway for 38 years. So happy birthday, Don. Born in Margate, Prince Edward Island. Celebrates here today at Red Shores. Happy birthday from all of us here at Red Shores.
Well, a special thank you going out to Tops to Floors. And they're going to be trackside with the cooler presentation here when the winner makes their way back. Tops to Floors, thank you for your support during the Governor's Plate card here at Summerside. A couple other shout-outs. Scott Bernard and Rob Tate, they are in the Fantasy Harness Racing forum tonight. I know, tuned into the action. Nice to have you tuned in. And a big thank you and a shout out going out to the track team here at Summerside. Mario, of course, on the track day in, day out, each and every night, and does a great job. And I know Jackie Drosh has been helping out as well in the last little while. So we appreciate all the support, all the track crew team members who step in to help on these big weeks. Just a reminder, the motorcade, we're coming in after the 4th, so no warm-ups after the 4th. Countdown clock is in. The Metro Home Building Center starting gate has the field. And we'll go up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Freeman's Legacy, Good Omen, Lady Divine, Roll with Hottie Toddy, Navalny, Sharky. Tops to Floors will be in the winner's circle here in the second. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. The Rough and pacing, Lady Divine, Freeman's Legacy, Roll with Hottie Toddy, and Navalny on the far outside, stacked up 4 wide here in a field of 6. Getting away 5th is Good Omen, then the trailer. That's Sharky. It's showtime at historic Summerside. Up the backstretch they go. 3 wide to the opening quarter. Navalny the farthest out. In at the rail, Freeman's Legacy. Roll with Hottie Toddy. He was forced, and I mean forced to take a seat in 3rd. Lady Divine 4th, Good Omen 5th. Trailing the field, Sharky. Boom! Just like that. Check this one out. 26-2. Down the stretch they come. Navalny now the leader for Brady Sweet. 2nd is Freeman's Legacy. Roll with Hottie Toddy 3rd. Lady Divine 4th. Good Omen 5th. Sharky edging to the outside from 6th. They're halfway home here. Led by Navalny. The midway point time just incredible. 54-4 around the turn, arriving at 5/8. Navalny getting him there. Freeman's Legacy is 2nd. Roll with Hottie Toddy 3rd. 4th up the rail, Lady Divine. Sharky gets 5th on the outside, and now the trailer. That is Good Omen. Here comes the 3/4, and Navalny is the leader there on Freeman's Legacy. There goes Roll with Hottie Toddy to the outside. 3/4 up in 1. 24 flat. Shade more than an 8 left to go. Navalny along the rail. Roll with Hottie Toddy to his outside. Freeman's Legacy 3rd. Down the home stretch they come. Roll with Hottie Toddy now on the outside. Navalny 2nd. Freeman's Legacy. Roll with Hottie Toddy and Miles Sr. on the line. Tight for the deuce. Navalny with Freeman's Legacy. Sharky was coming late. Time for the mile. 1:53.4.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 2 from Red Shores and Summerside this afternoon. And wow, were they ever scooting off the wings here today, Rock. 26-2. It's a hot day with some hot fractions.
Yeah, 54-4 to the half. Set the race up real well for Roll with Hottie Toddy, who get into the 3-hole going to the quarter. And here he explodes in the stretch to win in 1:53.4. His first win of 2025, 23rd career for Roll with Hottie Toddy. Miles Heffernan Sr. in the bike, in for 2nd. Looks like the 5. And it is posted now, the 5. And Navalny in there for 2nd with Freeman's Legacy 3rd. 4-5-1 unofficially here in the 2nd. Tops to floors pace. Great shot by Universal Media there. Roll with Hottie Toddy. They're going to the winner's circle next.
Roll with Hottie Toddy on his way to the 2nd race winner's circle. Bay pacing gelding 6, but Roll with it, Harry. Off the Western Paradise Dam, Western Queen. Owned and trained by Trevor Hicken of Montague, bred by Todd and Trish Hardy of Nova Scotia. Miles Heffernan Sr. guiding him to victory on this day. The mile 153 and 4. Roll with Hottie Toddy in the second. Down at the winner's circle, the tops to floors joining us here on Plate 57 day with the cooler presentation.
One, two.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results from the second race. Freeman's Legacy third. Good Omen fifth. Lady Divine sixth. Roll with Hottie Toddy, the race winner. Navalny finished second. Sharky was fourth. 26 and 2. 54 and 4. 124. Mile 153 and 4. In review 356 124. Roll with Hottie Toddy paid $560. The exactor 1190. The triactor 4310. Superfecta 1878. Early daily double 2650.
Okay, so welcome back to Race Day Live here in Summerside. And before we get to the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam and the selections, I think we do have an update too in the All-Star Handicapping Challenge coming soon. These are the new, from the Prince County Horsemen's Club, the new Governor's Plate starter shirts. They look really sharp. I bought my copy yesterday because I like souvenirs, and this is the first one, and I'm sure they'll be here to stay. But they look really sharp. So if you get a chance to the PCHC booth that's on the tarmac, make sure you pick up your starter shirts. All right, let's roll in the picks here. I know Ken Morkington, who has been leading this competition, and the horses are rolling here, but he's off to another great start here tonight. And there's a common theme, Peter, with the 5.
Yeah, quick update. Ken Morkington leading the way with 83 points. Melissa Keith is second with 65, and Garnet a close third with Garnet Burnsdale, close third with 64 points. So Melissa 5-4-1, Ken Morkington 5-4-2. Rock.
Yeah, Garnet Burnsdale going 5-4-2, as I am 5-4-2 in the third race, coming up in 5 minutes.
Third race this afternoon, Bobby Morrissey, Member of Parliament for Egmont. Wizards 1, owned by Kent Williams of Ellerslie, trained by Alan McDonald. Adam Murner drives. Woodmere Sinatra 2 is owned by Jeff Skinner, Bob Skinner, and Danielle Hiltz from Nova Scotia, trained by Chris Davies, Mark Campbell. 3, Brookdale Thomas, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langell drives. Evil Lou number 4, owned by Mark, Alex, William, and Josh McDonald. Mike McGuigan is the trainer driver. 5, Bet 'em Alive, owned by Jeff Lilly and Blair McLaughlin of Charlottetown, trained by Jeff Lilly. Today, Gilles Barrio. Sword from the Stone number 6, owned by Blair Sweet of Coleman. Gordy McCollum of Brackley Beach, trained by Donald Sweet. Brody McPhee above the wheels. 3 minutes to post time. This is Race Day and Live from Summerside, Prince Edward Island.
All right, so there you have it, the HPI rewards for PEI customers. And boy, we're really proud of this. And of course, we're not only playing all this week, Governor's Plate Week, but you had a chance to play all season long from both of our racetracks. And you can sign up, play the horses through hpibet.com and earn points, of course. You can convert those points into cash. And not only that, but the HPI app now is available in the App Store, and you can download the app for your chance to play along for the horses anywhere, anytime. Rocky Skierman and Peter McPhee pick up the action next on the Bobby Morrissey Member of Parliament for Egmont Pace at Summerside.
And there's a look at the place photo from today's second race. You're seeing the Valney just nipping Freeman's Legacy on the line. Great photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Okay, back on track for race number 3 here this afternoon from Summerside, and we land on the 5 here, Bet 'em Alive. Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, they share the ownership. Jeff does the training, and Gilles Barrio does the driving, and Rock, another horse that's knocking on the door for a win.
Yeah, the last start was in Charlottetown, July the 12th. Left on the rail, finished second, just beat a length and a quarter. 154 and 3, 28 and 1 on the end of it. Has 2 this season. 154 and 3 record taken at Charlottetown. 4 starts back on June the 21st. Post 5 today. Bet 'em Alive with Gilles Barrio aboard. Your current choice at even money.
Okay, under a minute to go here before race number 3, and this is the 4 Evolue for Mark and Alex McDonald and William McDonald. Josh McDonald, they all share ownership here. Mike McGuigan trains. Mike McGuigan does the driving. They were winners last time out, Rocky.
Yeah, scratched in Charlottetown July the 12th, but the start July the 5th at Charlottetown, left from 6, a winner by a head in 156 and 1. That was a new race win record, closed it out 29 seconds flat, 3rd win of the season, 5th career in just his 13th lifetime start. So he makes start number 14 career today. It's Evil Lou, post 4 with Mike McGuigan aboard at 9 to 5.
Getting close here in race number 3 this afternoon. Need you in on the action. Woodmere Sinatra for Jeffrey and Robert Skinner. Daniel Hiltz, they are the co-owners. Chris Davies trains, and Mark Campbell does the driving. Another winner, Rock, last time out.
Yeah, last start was here on July 13th, left from 3. Got to the front, winner by 3 1/4 in 157 flat. That was a new record. Closed it out 29 and 4. Mark Campbell was in the bike. 4th lifetime win for Woodmere Sinatra in his last start. And, you know, the way Mark Campbell's been going all week, 18 wins thus far in the Basil Whalen. He could get it all today, too. Woodmere Sinatra, post 2 with Mark Campbell, 3 to 1. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming third race. Bobby Morrissey, Member of Parliament for Egmont, with the cooler presentation at trackside. Wizard with Adam Erner at 20-1. The 2, Woodmere Sinatra with Mark Campbell at 3-1. Brookdale Thomas, the 3, and Paul Angel at 4-1. The 4, Evil Lou with Mike McGuigan at 2-1. Bet 'em Alive, 5, and Jill Barrio, your current choice at even money. And the 6, Sword from the Stone with Brody McPhee at 18-1. That's a look at the field for today's third race. Good luck with your selections.
It's a busy card, 16 races today, and as we say, we have the Bobby Morrissey Member of Parliament for Egmont pace coming up here in race 3. And after the 4th, we'll have the dignitaries. They'll arrive down the track with the motorcade and get all their special guests in place, along with the Lieutenant Governor of Prince Edward Island will be here. Then we have the Minister of Finance pace coming up on race number 5, the City of Summerside pace on race 6, and the John C. Davies Memorial coming up on race number 7. Just part of an action-packed night here tonight as we make our way into the Andrew Perry Memorial on race number 8. So moving along here on a Saturday afternoon, just a beauty of a day. Countdown clock's in for the 3rd. And the horses are lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is post time. And back upstairs to the race call, here's Vance Cameron.
Wizard, Woodmere Sinatra, Brookdale Thomas, Evil Lou, Bet 'em Alive, Sword from the Stone. Half a dozen of them on the gate here in the 3rd. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing. The first one out, Brookdale Thomas. Wizard along the rail. Then the 3rd one is Evil Lou. Way wide. Bet 'em Alive 4th. To get away 5th, Woodmere Sinatra. Then the trailer. Sword from the Stone. 3 wide by the 8th pole. In the middle, that's Evil Lou to his outside. Bet 'em Alive is driving up to take over the lead for Barrio. Bet 'em Alive clear. 2nd is Evil Lou. Wizard got away 3rd. Back into 4th. Brookdale Thomas 5th is Woodmere Sinatra, trailing 6th. Sword from the Stone. How's about the fastest, and I mean the fastest half-mile track on the planet on plate 57 day? 27 seconds flat. Wow! Down the stretch they come. Led to the midway point by Bet 'em Alive. Evil Lou goes 2nd. Wizard with the leaders 3rd. 4th, that's Brookdale Thomas going out. Moving out 5th, Sword from the Stone. And the trailer, Woodmere Sinatra. 55 and 1 was the half mile. Arriving at 5-8. Bet 'em Alive the leader. Evil Lou is 2nd. Wizard 3rd. Sword from the Stone picks up up fourth on the outside. Brookdale Thomas on the cones fifth. On the outside sixth. Woodmere Sinatra. They're arriving at three quarters. Belém Alive clear by two. Second is Evil Lou. Wizard up the rail third. The three quarters in 1:24 and 3. They arrive at the 7/8. Belém Alive getting them there. Evil Lou on the outside. Wizard coming through at the rail. Down the stretch they come. Belém Alive. Here's Wizard now. He takes over in deep stretch. What a shocker here. It's Wizard and Murner on the line. Belém Alive was second. We'll need a show photo. Wizard shocks him here in 1:55 flat.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 3 from Red Shores and Summerside this afternoon. Brought to you by Universal Media Rock. Again, some torrid fractions early from Belém Alive, but it sets up for the one late.
27:55 and 1, 1:24 and 3. What a great trip Wizard got here today, too. Sitting in the 3-hole there, and he slides out the head of the stretch, and he goes right by to get a new lifetime record in his 4th lifetime win, 2nd of the season. Great trip here, 1:55. Nice to see the local horse win on Governor's Plate night here. That's Wizard with Kent Williams and trainer Alan McDonald. Adam Murner in the driver's seat in for second. It's close on the line. It's posted now, the 5. Belém Alive second with the 2. Woodmere Sinatra third. It's 1-5-2 unofficially. Here in the third, we'll see Wizard and Adam Murner in the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner's circle next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the inquiry sign is now posted on the infield tote board. We have a judge's inquiry in the third for a possible pylon violation by number 2, Woodmere Sinatra. Retain your tickets. Wizard going to the third race winner's circle here in the third race. Bay pacing gelding he's 4 by Stonebridge Terror off the intrepid Sealster Dam, White Sand Whisper. Owned by Kent Williams of Ellerslie. Bred by Bobby Gordon of Elmsdale. Trained by Alan MacDonald. Adam Murner will drive him to victory. And a new pacing record today of 1:55 flat. Wizard in the third. Joining us today, Bobby Morrissey, Member of Parliament for Egmont, with that trackside cooler presentation. Wizard in a plate day shocker at Summerside. Ladies and gentlemen, there has been a placing dealing with the third race judge's inquiry. Racing officials deemed that number 2, Woodmere Sinatra, was inside 2 consecutive pylons and was double lapped on at the finish. Woodmere Sinatra finished third and will be placed fifth. Number 6, Sword from the Stone, who finished fourth, will be placed third. Number 4, Evil Lou, who finished fifth, will be placed fourth.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Here's the official results now from the third race. Wizard, the winner. Woodmere Sinatra finished third, was placed fifth for inside 2 consecutive pylons and being double lapped on at the finish. Brookdale Thomas was 6th. Evil Lou finished fifth, was placed fourth. Bet 'em Alive was second. Sword from the Stone finished fourth, was placed third. Fractions 27, 50, 5 and 1, 124 and 3, and the mile 155. In review after the placings, 1, 5, 6, 4, 2, 3. Wizard paid $52.20 on the nose. The exactor $466.20. Triactor $1,120.60. Superfecta carryover.
Well, we're live in beautiful Summerside, Prince of Rhode Island for Governor's Plate Week and the Governor's Plate card. It's a Plate 57 presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. And we're getting ready for the horses to come out of the paddock for the 4th race. After the 4th, we'll have the motorcade and the introduction of the dignitaries that are going to be here for Plate 57 tonight. Lee Drake along with Rocky Skierman and Peter McPhee at the desk. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action on this beautiful day. And we talked about HPI and the PEI players. Well, now we're adding in the Woodbine players as well. That's Standardbred and Thoroughbred here on Prince of Rhode Island. So you're playing the action. You can do it from beautiful here in Summerside as well. You get all the points on Woodbine Racing. That is new, and that's been added into the mix as well. Well, I know we're following along with the All-Star Handicapping Challenge, and one thing about it is this has been a tough competition right from the start, Peter.
Yeah, Kenny Workington with the lead early, headed in week 1, held it in week 2, and leading in week number 3 as we get the picks here for race number 4. Melissa Keith at a 2-6-1. Ken Workington matching 2-6-1 as well, Rock.
Yeah, I like 2-6-1. I like 6-4-2. Garnet Bairnsdale going 2-6-1 in the upcoming 4th race in 5 minutes.
Second division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes, 4th race parade. 2 Max 1 Moon number 1, owned by Garnet Arnold of Upper Onslow, Nova Scotia. Garnet does the training. Brady Sweet drives. Don't Come Looking 2, owned by Harold Ariane and Angelique Duguay of Pabos, Quebec, trained by Chris Davies, driven by David Dowling. Prince Malicious 3 is owned by Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester. Jason Hughes drives. For Makita, owned by Suzanne McKeegan, Christina Thompson, and Ronnie McLean, trained by Blaine McKenna. Today, Mark Campbell. Moonlight 5, owned by the ICU stable of Charlottetown, Kenny Arsenault, training and driving. Chromed Up number 6, owned by Mark Golan and Craig Arsenault, Summerside, trained by Chris McKay. The drive goes to Corey McPherson. 3 minutes, 2 post time. The Red Shores Super High 5 comes up in race number 5 and 16 today with the industry low 15% takeout.
Well, this Super High 5 has been added to our betting menu quite some time ago, and it's been very popular with our players, and we do appreciate that. So it comes up on race number 5, and then of course the last race, which is going to be Governor's Plate 57 on race number 16. That low 15% takeout on your Super High 5. And guess what? You can download the app now through the HBI and the App Store to play the action. There's a look at the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission show photo. And that's one thing about it, guys. The action here all week has been very, very good. And, boy, we got some real close finishes.
Yeah, we do. And, again, tight finishes all week long as we work on race number 4 this afternoon. We'll pick up Rocky's top selection here, chromed up. Mark Gallant, Craig Arsenault. They are the owners. Chris McKay trains, and Corey McPherson does the driving. Rock just beat Inturo on Atlantic Sire Stake B.
Yeah, knocking on the door on Friday, June the 11th in a B stake. Left on the rail, cut it out, finished second, just beat 3/4 of a length, 158-3. Closed it out 29-4 in the start before that, just beat a length. Finishing third here on July 1st, left from 4. 29 seconds flat on the end of it, 157-1 his mile. He's got to win, 159, 3 starts back here in Summerside, June the 25th with Corey McPherson aboard. Corey's on board today, chromed up, leave 6. Right now your current choice at 8-5.
Okay, here's the 4 Makita here for Suzanne McKeegan and Christina Thompson. They share ownership. Blaine McKenna trains, and Mark Campbell is going to do the driving here. Rock, you got this horse in for second.
Yeah, Ronnie McLean also shares ownership. Blaine McKenna training, and Mark Campbell gets the call today. Last start was here July 13th, left from 3. Finished 3, 159-2, 30-2 on the end of it. Has a win. 2 minutes, 2/5, maiden record taken right here at Summerside on May the 19th, opening day. Makita, post 4 with Mark Campbell aboard, 5-2.
Okay. Okay, and here's the 2. Don't come looking today for Chris Davies, who trains, and David Dowling will do the driving, coming off a nice win in Truro Rocky.
Absolutely. Last start of Truro, July the 11th, a B stake, left from 2, was a winner by 3/4 of a length in 1:58 and 2, 29 and 1 on the end of it. New race win record. David Dowling was aboard. That was his 3rd win of the season and career. Post 2 today. Don't come looking. David Dowling's aboard at 5-2. Still lots of time to make your selections here for the afternoon's 4th race. Atlantic Sire Stakes, 3-year-old colts in the B division. 2 Max, 1 Moon, Brady Street at 5-1. Don't Come Looking, David Dowling at 5-2. Prince Malicious 3 and Jason Hughes at 7-2. Makita 4 with Mark Campbell at 3-1, now 7-2. Moonlight 5 with Kenny Arsenault at 9-1. And the 6, Chromed Up and Corey McPherson, your current choice, at 3-2. That is a look at the field for the afternoon's 4th race. Good luck with your plays.
Well, we always look forward to in the program is a chat to Vance Cameron, who will be joining us on the desk here for a little interview on plate 57. A lot of different changes since we left the desk last night to today. We have the Honorable Jill Burridge, Minister of Finance, Minister responsible for harness racing, is going to be joining us coming trackside here in the motorcade, and will be here for plate 57. Then she'll be trackside for race number 5, the Minister of Finance pace as well. So lots of action on the card here this afternoon as the crowds continue to roll in. Countdown clock's in for the 4th. Horses behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's send it upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
2nd of 5 division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes for 3-year-old colt pacers lining up in the 4th. 2 Max, 1 Moon, Don't Come Looking. Prince Malicious, Makita. Moonlight, Chromed Up, top of the stretch. Ready for a start. Rough and pacing, Chromed Up leaves from the outside, up the rail, 2 Max, 1 Moon. Don't Come Looking 3rd, 3 wide, Prince Malicious goes 4th. 5th one, that's Moonlight, and the early trailer around the turn, check into 4th, that's Makita. Then it's Moonlight, followed by the trailer, Prince Malicious. On the backstretch for time 1, Chromed Up at the rail, early company coming to call. Don't Come Looking, and Dowling take over the lead as they arrive at the quarter. Chromed Up now second, 2 Max, Max 1 Moon third, Makita fourth. Fifth, that is Moonlight and the trailer, Prince Malicious. They stop the quarter up in 29 seconds flat. Straight alignment as they round the paddock turn, arriving at 3/8. Don't Come Looking now the fraction setter. Chromed Up settled into the two-hole ride. 2 Max and a 1 Moon third. Racing from fourth on the cones, Makita. Fifth is Moonlight. There goes Prince Malicious. Starting to the outside from sixth. They're halfway home. Don't Come Looking is the midway point leader with Dowling, the half mile 59 flat. Racing from second is Chromed Up. First up from the outside, Makita gets third. Riding the rail fourth is 2 Max 1 Moon. Prince Malicious moves up fifth on the outside, and now the trailer, Moonlight. They're on their way to 3/4, and they're led there by Don't Come Looking. Chromed Up goes second from the outside. Makita now picks up third. In at the rail, 2 Max and 1 Moon fourth. Prince Malicious on the outside fifth. The trailer, Moonlight is sixth. 1:28 3 was the 3/4, just an eighth of a mile out, and Don't Come Looking, bringing them down the home stretch. To the outside, there goes Chromed Up second. 2 Max 1 Moon third. Deep stretch now on the outside. Chromed Up gets up to win the Atlantic Sires for Corey McPherson. Don't Come Looking second. 2 Max 1 Moon will finish third. It's Chromed Up in 1:58 flat.
Okay, here comes the slow-mo for race number 4 from Red Shores and Summerside this afternoon, brought to you by Universal Media. Rocky called him on top, Chromed Up, and he got a perfect trip this afternoon.
Absolutely ducked in. Actually let the 2-horse go and set in his back. 29, 59, 128 3. Here's the stretch drive as Chromed Up moved off the back of Don't Come Looking. Down the stretch we come here, and Chromed Up and Corey McPherson are going to get a new life's best here today. 158 flat. Second win of the season, third career. Don't Come Looking did all the work in the front end in there for second. 2 Max 1 Moon third. It's 6-2-1 unofficially in the fourth. We're going to see Chromed Up and Corey McPherson in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
Chromed Up on his way into the Woodmere Standardbred Winners Circle from today's fourth race. Bay pacing gelding 3 by Tobago K's off the Unexample Dam. Some Shore Somewhere. A homebred of Mark Gallant and Craig Arsenault of Summerside, trained by Chris McKay. Corey McPherson in the driver's seat to guide him to a new record of a 158. Chromed Up in the Atlantic Sire Stakes with the Winners Circle presentation.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
We're going to make our way to the track side, just doing a test on this microphone here.
Now the official results in the fourth race: 2 Max 1 Moon third. Don't Come Looking was second. Prince Malicious fourth. Makita finished sixth. Moonlight was fifth. Chromed Up the race winner. 29, 59, 128 and 3, and the mile in 158. In review, 324, 651. Chromed Up, paid 710. The Exactor 1390, Triactor 3930, Superfecta 1064.
Don't forget to get your 50-50 draw tickets here today. You can get them up here in the Oval. Brenda will be along here shortly, or at the souvenir booth located on the north end of the grandstand. 50-50.
Well, just a beautiful day here and at Summerside for Governor's Plate 57. Summerside Chrysler Dodge will be and those vehicles will be entering the track here very shortly, and we can introduce the dignitaries for you on this Governor's Plate night presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Boy, the wind has picked up a little bit here. I'm on the stretch drive right now. So you're coming into the stretch, you get that wind right now. That could play a factor, ladies and gentlemen, a little later on, but we'll see how that all plays out. We still have lots of action to come here tonight. As we wait for the motorcade, and we'll introduce the dignitaries, and then it's back into action here tonight. You can come along with the motorcade, please. And our motorcade, provided by Summerside Chrysler Dodge, being escorted by the City of Summerside Police. And the General Manager of Red Shores Properties, David McKenzie, will greet our special guests. Arriving for Governor's Plate 57, we have Corey Snow, the Deputy Mayor of the City of Summerside, his wife Colleen, Chief Jason Blackyear of the Summerside Police, arriving for Governor's Plate 57. Now arriving, the Honorable Jill Burridge, Minister of Finance, Minister responsible for harness racing here in Prince Edward Island. And the Honorable Barb Ramsey, Minister of Social Development and Seniors. Now arriving, Robert Morrissey, Fabi Morrissey, the MP for Egmont. He was already trackside for a cooler presentation here each and every year for the Governor's Plate. Nice to have him here tonight for Plate 57. And now arriving, we have Warren Ellis, his wife Marlene, Summerside Chrysler Dodge, the title sponsor of Governor's Plate. Dan Campbell, Chair of Atlantic Lottery Board of Directors. And Jansen Sweet, President of the Prince County Horsemen's Club. And now arriving, the Honorable Dr. Wazim Zaloom, the Lieutenant Governor of Prince of Rhode Island, his wife Marie Zaloom Dunn, and retired Chief Sinclair Walker, aide-de-camp. Their honors and their first appearance for the Governor's Plate 57. Nice to have you here. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll ask you to please rise for the playing of the Vice Regal Salute. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll ask you to remain standing for the playing of our national anthem.
Thank you.
and gentlemen, a warm welcome to our dignitaries tonight for the Governor's Plate 57th running, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge.
Okay, so welcome back to Race Day Live here in Summerside, and for Governor's Plate 57, and you're with Lee Drake and the voice of Island Racing, Vance Cameron, joining us for a little I guess you could call it the pre-game before the big plate, Vance. And before we get to that, first of all, it's always a pleasure. I look forward to this interview each and every year. We just had the dignitaries here. They're in the house now, so they're all set to go. And, you know, you have such a history with this race, many races for that fact. But my first question to you is your first Governor's Plate. Can you remember it, and what was it like?
Never going to forget it, Lee. Never going to forget it. It was 1978. Emmett the Cowboy Bernard had a horse called John III. He cut it all out. He was my sister Lynn's favorite horse at the time. He just got nailed in the final step by Russell Burgoyne in a horse called Kitley Township, and they set the track record that night, 2, 3, and 4. Now, a little funny story, Lee, if I could add it. Back in those days, I was 18 at the time, and 18 was the legal limit to get an alcoholic beverage at a establishment of some kind. So we had a little pub in town called Captain Grady's Pub. It was downstairs at Brothers 2. They had not karaoke back then, but they called it the Gong Show. So anyway, we were down there one night having some pops, and my buddy said, "Why don't you call the race and get into this thing?" So anyway, I got into this Gong Show, wrote down the 8 horses that were in the race, rhymed it off, and what happened in the end? I got no gong. I got the win.
You got the win.
I got the win.
Well, that is a memory.
Yeah, it is a nice little story to go with my first plate.
You know, we got the 57th coming up, and guys, don't be afraid to go to the paddock cam. Let us know when the horses are rolling, because Vance will do the post parade from the desk here. But you know, Vance, that was your first, and we have so many. Do you have a favorite?
You know what, Lee? When I knew that the questions were coming, I looked at them and I looked them up and down. I couldn't find one. I've done 34 of them. I mean, Terry Gallant, who was a childhood friend, and we grew up in back of this racetrack, had back-to-back wins with Outlaw Positive Charge. I remember Kenny Arson when he won with Serious Damage. Kenny was a big friend of mine, still is. I remember that race. I remember the very first one when we moved back to the island with my wife Debbie and 2 children, when Luna Fantasia and the Quick Challenge ended up in the only dead heat in the plate. And then who can forget YS Lotus and Campbell with a Rennie Allard when they set the track record, and of course Walter Simmons. How do you ever forget Bugsy McGuire when he win with Brody McPhee? I mean, I've got a lot of them. I don't have one that I can single out as being the best.
Well, they're all the best, and you know, you make them the best with the call, and I think it's just really amazing. We got a great field here now. I know you're going to do the post parade for this, and then we'll have some time, but quite a few changes today with the plate. I mean, we waited for you to make those official announcements. 2 horses out of the plate.
A little disappointingly, but I respect the trainers of these horses. They're going for 50 grand today, but these horses weren't ready to go to the gate, and these trainers took them out in the best interest of the horse, and I really commend them for that.
Good for you. I mean, I was just out on the track. You know, there's a bit of a breeze out there, the headwind. That always plays into a factor in a race like this.
Well, now let me tell you, Mr. Drake, we already had a quarter in 26 and 2. Did I not just say that this is the fastest half-mile racetrack in the planet? They're going to get their money's worth here today, everybody watching here in Summerside. The track is in great shape.
All right. Thank you very much, Vance. We really appreciate it. And we'll let you get back to work here and set up the post parade for race number 5 on the Super High 5.
Fifth race is the Minister of Finance pace. It's the Super High 5. Rock and Roll K's 1, owned by Albert Hickok, South Freetown. David Dowling trains and drives. 2, Freight Air, owned by Alex McPhee, Clyde River, trained by Neil Bambrick, Brody McPhee. 3, Shadows Terror, owned by Greyland Farm, Stratford, Joseph Gamba, Gulf Shore, Nova Scotia, trained by Lenny Myers, Adam Murner. 4, Melody Maker, Ryan DeRoss driving for owner-trainer Greg McGinnis, Tyne Valley. 5 is Spectrum Sealster, owned by Max Webster Stable, Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle, Jason Hughes. 6 is Starship Zodiac, owned by Robbie Williams of Poplar Grove, Reese Williams of Ellerslie. Robbie does the training. Corey McPherson drives. 7, Nolan's Magic Sway, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie and Melissa Rennie. Paul Langell trains and drives. Kenny Murphy does the post parade.
Okay, so we will, just before we let you go here, you know, we're down to a field of 6, all superstars horses. Who do you think can pull it off?
Well, I'm going to probably be like everybody. Think Mickey Shan, Lee, without a doubt. But let me tell you this much. The last 2 winners of the plate are Rollum and Twinbee Tough Enough. If Mickey Shan just falters a little bit, you wait for Campbell and Barrio with their mounts, and they're going to be heard from before it's all said and done.
All right. Well, we're going to let you get back up to the best seats in the house, and thanks for joining us on the broadcast. We really appreciate that. We're rolling the Super High 5s. This is the Vance Cam, a special edition of the Vance Cam brought to you by Results Marketing. And yeah, Vance will go back up to call that. There's a look at the Super High 5 tickets. And we have Peter McPhee working a 1, 3, 2, 5, and 6. And Rocky, you're in the mix there with you get the rail horse as well.
Yeah, I like a 1, 3, 2, 6, 7. Ken Warkton 5, 1, 3, 2, 4. Garnet Burnsdale 1, 3, 6, 7, 2.
Okay, getting close here in race number 5. A quick look at the board here. Rock and Roll K's for Dowling on the rail at 2-1. Freight Air, just a shot of Freight Air and Brody McPhee there from post 2, 7-1 today. Shadows Terror, it's Adam Murner, 6-5. And then the 4 at 11-1, the 5 at 5-1, the 6 at 7-1, and the 7 at 14-1.
And in equipment, add some equipment to the 2 Freight Air, blinkers and a tail tie. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 5th race. Super High 5 time. Minister of Finance on track with the presentation to the winner. Let's go upstairs for the call.
Rock and Roll K's, Freight Air, Shadows Terror, Melody Maker, Spectrum Sealster, Starship Zodiac, Nolan's Magic Sway. They're approaching a start. Rough and pacing, Rock and Roll Cage, Freight Air, Shadows Terror, 4th into the turn, Melody Maker, Spectrum Sealster, 5th, Starship Zodiac, and Nolan's Magic Way. It's a programmed order start here in the 5th. Up the backstretch, Rock and Roll Cage for David Dowling, the leader. 2nd is Freight Air to get away 3rd. That Shadows Terror, Melody Maker goes 4th, Spectrum Sealster 5th. Then in 6th, it's Starship Zodiac, and trailing the field 7th, Nolan's Magic Sway. They go by the quarter. Rock and Roll K's the leader there in 28 and 2. Racing from 2nd, that is Freight Air. Around the turn 3rd, Shadows Terror. 4th one, as they move towards half mile, is Melody Maker. Spectrum Sealster 5th, Starship Zodiac. Nolan's Magic Sway, no movement. Absolutely no one finds the right line in the first half mile. And their programmed order into the turn going to the 5/8 next. On the lead, Rock and Roll K's 57 and 2 the half. Then 2nd is Freight Air, continuing 3rd. That Shadows Terror 4th. Melody Maker 5th. Spectrum Sealster, he swings out. Then in 6th, that is Starship Zodiac. Nolan's Magic Sway, trailing 7th. They're at 3/4. Rock and Roll Cage is open by 2. Freight Air 2nd. Shadows Terror on the outside 3rd. 3/4 and 1. 25 and 3 with an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Rock and Roll Cage turning home. Shadows Terror, Freight Air, way wide. Spectrum Sealster coming late. They're in deep stretch now. Rock and Roll Cage, Spectrum Sealster, and the Blue Knight just got it all. Tight for the deuce. Rock and Roll Cage against Shadows Terror. Time for the mile in 1:55 flat.
Okay, here's the replay for race number 5 from Redshores in Summerside this afternoon. Brought to you by Universal Media Rock. Rock and Roll K's was able to cut it all out, but out of the clouds comes the Blue Knight late.
Yeah, 28-2 to the quarter, 57 and 2 to the half, 125 and 3 to 3/4. And here's the stretch drive. You see Rock and Roll K's at the rail, Freight Air. Melody Maker's there, as is Shadows Terror. But you can't see Spectrum Sealster off the screen far outside. And he's going to get up to win this one in 1:55 flat. Second win of the season, 37th career for Spectrum Sealster. Jason Hughes in the bike for the winning drive. In for second, looks like the 1 Rock and Roll K's got there for second, and for third is the 3 Shadows Terror. 5-1-3 unofficially. In the fifth, we're going to see Spectrum Sealster and Jason Hughes in the winner's circle next.
Spectrum Sealster into the Woodmere Standardbreds winners circle here in the fifth. Bay pacing gelding 9 by Mach 3 from the Western Ideal Dam, stealing the kisses. Owned by Max Webster's stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Bred by Sealster Farms of Lucan, Ontario. Trained by Jennifer Doyle. And the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, guides him to victory on this day. The mile in 1:55. Spectrum Sealster. Jill Burridge is joining us today. She is the Minister of Finance. She's in that winner's circle with the Blue Knight Hughes and Spectrum Sealster. 1:55. Now the official results in race 5, Rock and Roll Cage was second, Freight Air fourth, Shadows Terror third, Melody Maker fifth, Spectrum Sealster the race winner. Starship Zodiac was sixth, Nolan's Magic Sway finished seventh. Fractions went 28 and 2, 57 and 2, 125 and 3, and the mile in 1:55. From the top, your program reached 243. 5167. Spectrum Sealster paid $12.70. The Exactor $48.10. The Triactor $93, and the Super High Five $59.72.
Well, the City of Summerside Pace is coming up next here on Summerside's Governor's Plate Night. It's Plate 57 presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. All the dignitaries are in place. Everybody's here. And I know the All-Star Handicapping Challenge continues. And a shout out to Ken Workington, who nailed the super high five.
Yeah, he just did in the last race. And he continues to lead the way in the All-Star Handicapping Challenge. He was the leader after the first couple of weeks. He still leads after 5 races this afternoon. So these are updated as of the last race. Ken with 94 points. Garnet Barnsdale now in second with 73. And Melissa Keith is third with 72. And again, a shout out to Ken for nailing the super high five in the 5th.
Well, I know one thing, Rocky and Peter, there's still a lot of action still to come as we get a look at the paddock cam brought to you by Atlantic Post Calls. And there are the picks. Now, I should let you know that if we can't get them all on the screen, so Backstretch Beat by Nicholas Oakes, he's working a 5-6-3 angle. And our classifier, his choices are 6, 5, and 3.
Yeah, lots of different directions today. Melissa Keith with a 3, 1, and 5. Ken Workington 5, 6, and 3. Rocky.
Garnet Barnsdale with a 6-1-5, and I'm going with a 5-3-4 here in tonight's 6th race in 6 minutes.
Sixth race under the sponsorship of the City of Summerside, who will be joining the winner in the winner's circle, Brookdale Gym, number 1, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauly of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Langell drives. 2, the Big Chase, owned by Ian and Kenneth McKinnon, and Sonny McDougall of Nova Scotia, trained by Luke Burke, Corey McPherson. Rymar Jimbo 3, owned by Nigel and Leona Smart and Eric Doucette of Rustico, trained by Eric Doucette, Kenny Murphy up. 4, Timberley Lady, Jacob Sweet trains and drives for the Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. 5 is Almanac, owned by Ryan McLaughlin of Cornwall, trained by Jennifer Doyle, David Dowling drives. 6 is Nova Scotia Strong, owned by Tyler Moore, Gordy Rudolph, Archie Hatchie, and James Bagnall. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. 3 minutes to post time. Thank you once again to Warren Ellis and Summerside Chrysler Dodge for their continued support of PEI Harness Racing and the title sponsor of Governor's Plate 57.
The Governor's Plate is Summerside's race celebrating champions for over 50 years and making memories that last a lifetime.
Menelo on top. Menelo wins the Governor's Plate.
Acapulco and Barrio have won the Governor's Plate. Walter Simmons, it's your time. Ultimate Fire wins Governor's Plate 52.
Be a part of something special this summer on Prince Edward Island. It all happens in July from Summerside PEI. The Governor's Plate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
And, you know, if you're wondering, of course, Vance Cameron with those historic calls in there. Greg Blanchard, also a longtime friend of ours and from Prince Edward Island, of course, called races here at Summerside and had a chance to run into Greg and his mom and dad that are home for Governor's Plate week and going to be attending tonight. So that's special.
Great to see them, Gordy and Jerry, great people. Of course, we grew up with them with Greg, and again, great to have Greg home. We saw him at the O'Briens in February.
That's right, and you know, I had so many drives with Gordy over the years. He'd pick up Greg and Lindsay and I and the Dowlings, and we make our way to the track. He did that week in and week out, and we certainly do appreciate it. Greg is home. We'll have the action here for the 6th, and Rocky Skirman and Peter McPhee pick up the field next.
Yeah, we'll head back to the track here, Rocky, with the Almanac here for Ryan McLaughlin, who's the owner, Gent Oil Trains, and David Dowling does the driving. He's dropping down here this afternoon, Rock.
Yeah, last start was here the 13th of July, left from 5, finished 4th, 156 and 3, 29 and 4 on the end of it. But if you look at that start down the program, May 24th at Charlottetown, left 3, was a winner by 10 in 154, and then he won 2 starts after that in 154 and 4, pace a mile in 154 and 2. This horse hopefully he'll bounce back here tonight and get the W. It's Almanac with David Dowling, post 5, 4 to 5.
And here is the 3 Rymar Jimbo this afternoon for Nigel and Leona Smart, Eric Doucette. They share ownership. Eric Trains and Kenny Murphy gets along well with this guy, Rock.
Yeah, he's dropping down in bit in class as well. July 12th at Charlottetown, left 4 and finished 8. 157 and 128-1 on the end of it. Ryan Darash was in the bike. And look at that start, though, on June the 14th at Charlottetown. Left from 3, finished 3rd. Just got beat by quarter of a length. Race timed in 155 flat. Closed it out in 28 seconds flat. He's got 4 wins already this season. And he went on a tear there, won 4 of them right in a row, including a 156 season's best, and that was on May 24th at Charlottetown. Leaves 3 tonight. Rymar Jimbo with Mr. Murphy aboard at 3 to 1.
And in for 3rd, Rock, you're going to round it out with Timberley Lady. Jacob Sweet does the training and the driving.
Yeah, for Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton, this horse shows 155 and 3, 3 back. July the 8th here from post 3. Finished 3rd, race timed, well, as I mentioned, 155 and 3, 29 and 4 on the end of it. Last start, left from 6. He finished 4th, race time 157 and 3, 29 and 2 on the end of it. He has 2 wins this season, including a record of 157 and 1 right here at Summerside on June 17th. It's Timberley Lady from post 4 with Jacob Sweet at 8 to 1.
So the countdown clock's in for race number 6, the City of Summerside. And by the way, I'll have the Deputy Mayor, Corey Snow, be joining us on the broadcast here from the City of Summerside, coming up here, probably after this race. Horses lined in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Brookdale Jim, the Big Chase, Rymar Jimbo, Timberley Lady, Almanac, and Nova Scotia Strong. Top of the stretch. All lined up and approaching the start. Rough and pacing. Brookdale Jim and the Big Chase leave out. Rymar Jimbo 3rd to the turn. Timberley Lady comes 4th on the far outside. Nova Scotia Strong leaves out 5th. Almanac is the trailer as they arrive at the 8th fold, guarding the cones. Brookdale Jim for Paul Langell, the leader. 2nd is the Big Chase. Nova Scotia Strong keeps coming on the outside. Then 4th is Rymar Jimbo. 5th up the rail, Timberley Lady. Almanac is the trailer. They arrived at the quarter. Brookdale Jim got them there. He's about to give way to Nova Scotia Strong. In line to Mike McGuigan. They opened it up in 27. 3rd 3. Off the paddock turn they come for time 1. Nova Scotia Strong now the leader. Brookdale Jim races from second, then in third. That's the big chase. Weimar Jimbo fourth. Here comes Almanac now moving fifth. Following out from 6 is Timberley Lady. They're at the midway point, led by Nova Scotia Strong. Here comes the challenger. That's Almanac on the outside. Third at the rail, Brookdale Jim. 56 and 2 for an opening half mile. Down to 3/8 of a mile to go. Nova Scotia Strong the leader. Almanac the challenger, and now sticks his head in front on the outside. Brookdale Jim is nowhere to go third. Coming fourth is Timberley Lady. The big chase fifth. On the outside 6. Weimar Jimbo. 3 in, 3 out, and the 3/4. That's in the books, and they were there. 1:25 and 4. Almanac takes over late for Dowling, leading by 2 with an 1/8 to go. From the outside, Timberley Lady second, back to third. Nova Scotia Strong. Down the stretch they come. Almanac the leader. Weimar Jimbo on the far outside. Brookdale Jim at the rail, but it's Almanac for David Dowling. Weimar Jimbo rallied in second, up third, Brookdale Jim. And the time for the mile, 1:56.2.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 6 from Redshores in Summerside this afternoon. Rocky, you licked him on top, Almanac. Dowling didn't panic early, but he came first up, and that was the winning move.
Yeah, and he showed why he's the class of the field. He just got his 26th lifetime win here tonight in 1:56 and 2. Once he got to the front of the 3/4 in 1:25 and 4, I was pretty sure it was lights out, this party's over, and he does get the job done here. David Dowling in the bike, Weimar Jimbo in there for second, and Brookdale Jim third. So it's 5-3-1 unofficially. Great shot by Universal Media there up close of Almanac. Jen Doyle goes back-to-back here tonight in the training wins. Almanac and David Dowling going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
Almanac into the 6th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding 7, the son of a rock and roll dance, is off the real artist dam, Ginger and Fred. Owned by Ryan McLaughlin of Cornwall, bred by Diamond Creek Farm. Jennifer Doyle has the training double. David Dowling will guide him to victory on this day in 1:56 and 2. Almanac in the 6th, City of Summerside, joining us on this Governor's Plate Day with the trackside cooler presentation.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce its 2025 Stallion lineup, featuring some of the top pacing and trotting sires in Atlantic Canada. This year's roster includes Malicious, Keystone Velocity, Muscle Through It, Somewhere Fancy, and Carouser. A special shout-out to Malicious, the proven champion sire, whose offspring have earned over $4.3 million and continue to dominate tracks across the Maritimes. Plus, Somewhere Fancy's first crop is set to hit the track in 2025, and the excitement is just getting started. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Now the official results in race 6, Brookdale Jim 3rd. The Big Chase 5th. Weimar Jimbo 2nd. Timberley Lady 4th. Almanac the race winner. Nova Scotia Strong was 6th, 27-3. 56-2. 125-4. And the mile 156-2. In review 352-416. Almanac paid $3 to win. The Exactor was $840, Triactor $2020, Superfecta $584.
Okay, so welcome back to Race Day Live here in Summerside as we're getting set to go tonight for Governor's Plate 57. And boy, do we have a lot on the go here. And I know the city of Summerside just was trackside with a cooler presentation there. And I have the Deputy Mayor of the city of Summerside, Corey Snow, joining us on Race Day. Nice to have you, Corey.
Great to be here, Lee.
This is a big night tonight. You've just came trackside. You came down the dignitaries, and it's Summerside's biggest race with so much history. What are some of your favorite memories of this race?
Well, Lee, there's a lot of memories of this race, but some of my favorite would be from when I was a younger kid, having the Lobster Carnival and the race on the same night, and all the excitement around that. Obviously, those two are joined right now. Hopefully, back in the future, we'll see those two sort of link up again, because that makes a really good night around the racetrack, and getting some fans around the racetrack that normally don't always go to the racetrack, but getting them to see some live racing and the excitement that is involved with that. I always thought that was a really neat part of the Governor's Plate, so we hope we get back to that point soon.
I'm glad you're saying that, because I know there's been a lot of discussions behind the scenes here trying to make that marriage work again, and you're right, you're absolutely right. There's something special about the Lobster Carnival and the Governor's Plate together as well. So many great things and investments when you're driving into Summerside. So many great things happening here, and you're known as the event capital of the world, really, when it comes to all the different events. But you guys, the city here has a lot going on.
Yeah, we really do. We've really learned how to do the event thing really well over the years, and we do that well. But currently we're seeing a boom for sure. You don't have to drive too far to see something being built. Our downtown, our the rest of the city, everywhere there's something being built. So that's growth that we really need to see our cities succeed in the long term, and we're very excited about everything we're seeing happening right now, and we hope that continues well into the future.
Well, it's always a pleasure to have you on here, and you do a lot of great work, and all you have to do is take a drive down Main Street or off Main Street and on your way into the city here, and a lot of investment, a lot of the great things happening here, and I hope you enjoy your night, and we look forward to working on Plate 58 for 2026.
Yeah, well, I look forward to it too, and hopefully be back here with you.
All right, Deputy Mayor of the City of Summerside, Corey Snow, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so we have more to come here tonight, and including the late pick fours we laid on the program as we roll along. And nice to have the Deputy Mayor on the broadcast.
Third division of the Atlantic Sires Stakes on the 7th race parade. It's the John Davies Memorial with trackside presentations. Traveling Soldier 1. Owned by Walter Walker of Inverness and James McGinnis of Halifax, Nova Scotia. Walter does the training. David Dowling drives. Big Pond Cash number 2, owned by Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey. Trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell up. Abiding Art number 3, owned by Jack and Brendan Melanson of Stanley Bridge. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. 4 is Axo Noble, owned by Jeff Valley of Thornton, Ontario, and Michael Bailey of Morel. Trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. driving. 5, Lindale Mr. Mac, owned by David McDonald of Belfast. Trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. 6 is Jackie Pang, owned by Ian McKinnon of Glace Bay and Joel LeBlanc from Victoria Mines, Nova Scotia. Corey McPherson trains and drives. 3 minutes to post time. Back down to the team at the HBI broadcast desk with another Governor's Plate memory lane photo.
Well, Rocky and Peter, Vance actually mentioned this in our interview here, and this would be the 2009, if I'm correct, the Governor's Plate Outlaw Positive Charge, the first back-to-back winner of the Governor's Plate.
Yes, and there's Terry Gallant in the front there with the driving suit on, the maroon and the white there. The owner was Fred Lamont, and Fred's wife there, Shirley, so that's a great shot from 2009.
Yeah, so we have the general manager of Journal Pioneer, which is Sandy Rundle. They did a lot of great work over the year. The Summerside Mayor, Basil Stewart, and the Summerside Police Chief, Dave Poirier. And Rocky, you know what they went with back, the purse back then? Now we're going for $50,000 tonight, $16,000.
Well, it's a good purse back then.
It was. And you remember Outlaw Positive Charge so well. And I mean, to do that back-to-back was really quite a story headline here at Summerside.
Yes, absolutely. And for a Summerside boy, Terry Gallant, to go back-to-back, that was pretty special. And, yeah, so very special for him.
You know, when we talk about great memories, we have a few more coming up in the program. Sort of the countdown to the plate tonight. We'll
we showed Sarcy Ulster in the pregame, which he won the golden anniversary of the 50th. And we'll have a couple more photos along the line as we build it up to Governor's Plate 57.
All right, so we got time to go here. Rocky and Peter will pick up the top contenders here in race 7.
Okay, Rock, out onto the track here. Big Pond Cash for Ryan and Evan McLeod of Surrey. Landon Campbell trains, and Mark Campbell is in the bike, and this horse has been rolling along.
Yeah, last one at Truro on July the 11th at B-Stake. Left from post 3 and was a winner by 3 3/4 lengths in 155 flat. Mark Campbell was in the bike. That was a new race win record. It was his second win of the season and third career. Big Pond Cash, post 2 tonight with a hot Mark Campbell in the bike, 4 to 5.
Okay, here's the 3 Abiding Art here for Jack and Brendan Melanson. They are the co-owners. Kenny Arsenault is the trainer. Kenny is the driver. We featured him, Rock, in the pregame, and he just hit the 1,000 win mark for career training wins. Quite an accomplishment for Kenny.
Very, very, very nice accomplishment for Kenny Arsenault. This horse, Abiding Art, takes the hobbles off tonight. First start, free-legged. Last start was in Charlottetown, July 12th. Left from 4 and finished 6th. 157 3, 30 seconds flat on the end of it for Jason Hughes. He's looking for his first win of 2025. Put him in there for third tonight. Just with the straps off, this horse might be a little bit better. And right now, he's at 9 to 1.
Minor delay in the start for the 7th. Minor delay for the start. 6 Jackie Pang has a broken head pole. Having that repaired, he'll be back to the track. Windows remain open and selling for any last minute race 7 selections.
Okay, getting close here in race number 7. Here is the 6 Rock back after the equipment change with the head pole. Jackie Pang for Ian McKinnon and Joel LeBlanc. They share ownership. Corey does the training. Corey does the driving. You got him in for second.
Yeah, that started July 1st here. He left from 5. He was a winner by 6 and 157 and 4. That was a maiden record. Then he followed that up in Truro in that race with Big Pond Cash. He finished second to him on July the 11th. 2 by 3 3/4 lengths, 155 and 4 his mile, 29 seconds flat. On the end of it, it's Jackie Pang in there for second for me at 4-1. And I got to give a shout out tonight to Emmons McKay, watching over in Truro, Nova Scotia. He won the Governor's Plate here with Kilkerran Ingle years ago. So shout out to you, Emmons. Hope you're enjoying all the action tonight. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 7th race. It is the John Davies Memorial Field of 6, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Here's Vance.
Traveling Soldier, Big Pond Cash, Abiding Art, Axo Noble, Lindell, Mr. Mac, Jackie Pang, 3rd division of the Sire Stakes, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Rough and pacing, Lindell, Mr. Mac, Big Pond Cash, Traveling Soldier along the rail. Then the 4th one as they make their way round the turn, Axo Noble. Jackie Pang had a little trouble negotiating the first turn. Gets a little closer now in 5th, and the trailer, that's Abiding Art on the backstretch. And here comes Big Pond Cash and Mark Campbell to take over the lead and open by 2 on Traveling Soldier. Then in 3rd, Lindell, Mr. Mac. Racing from 4th is Jackie Pang, Axo Noble 5th, and the trailer, Abiding Art. The quarter mile shop in 28 and 1, freewheeling on the lead. Big Pond Cash has a half a dozen on him here for Campbell. Traveling Soldier goes 2nd, then in 3rd, Lindell, Mr. Mac. Jackie Pang has 4th, Axo Noble 5th, and Abiding Art is 6th. They're at the midway point, and with a big lead halfway home, Big Pond Cash the leader. Traveling Soldier is 2nd, Lindell, Mr. Mac 3rd, 4th is Jackie Pang. Then in 5th, Axo Noble. Abiding Art is 6th, 57 and 1 the half mile. The lead down to 5 at the 5H. Big Pond Cash out in front. Traveling Soldier 2nd. There goes Lindell, Mr. Mac to the outside from 3rd. Jackie Pang continues 4th, moving up 5th. That's Abiding Art, and now the trailer, Axo Noble. They go by 3/4, still out in front and alone on the lead. Big Pond Cash in 1:27 and 1. Traveling Soldier is 2nd. On the outside, Lindell, Mr. Mac 3rd. Jackie Pang is back 4th, and they're homeward bound. Big Pond Cash looking to go all the way. 2nd, Traveling Soldier. He's coming late on the outside. On the wire they come. Big Pond Cash hangs on for Campbell in the Shire Stakes. 2nd, Traveling Soldier. Lindell, Mr. Mac 3rd. And the time for the mile in 1:57 flat.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 7 from Red Shores and Summerside this afternoon in Rock. Big Pond Cash got to the front, but it was interesting in the end as the one was closing in.
Yeah, Mark Campbell, he gets his 19th win in the Basil Whalen as Big Pond Cash, 28-1, 57-1, 127-1. Big Pond Cash goes wire to wire. Traveling Soldier made it interesting on the end of it. 157 flat for Big Pond Cash, and Mark Campbell, Traveling Soldier in there for 2nd with David Dowling, Lindale, Mr. Mac, and Jason Hughes is 3rd. So it's 2-1-5. Unofficially in the 7th, John Davies Memorial with the cooler trackside presentation to Big Pond Cash and Mark Campbell in that Woodmere Standard Bridge Winter Circle next.
Yeah, so we're going to watch Big Pond Cash making the way back to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle here for Mark Campbell. As Rocky said, his 19th win of the week puts him well in command of the Basil Whalen Memorial. And John C. Davies Memorial, well, you know what? He enjoyed a lengthy career at the St. John Exhibition Park Raceway, training racehorses known around the track as Big John. And he was an avid Toronto Maple Leafs fan and loved watching harness racing. So, nice trackside presentation coming up here in the 7th.
There's Big Pond Cash going to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle here in today's 7th race. Bay Pacing Colt 3 by Peng Shui from the Unexampled Dam. An Example Deal, owned by Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey. Bred by Huey Murphy of Augustine Cove. Trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell had him on top at every call today, winning in 157. Big Pond Cash in the Atlantic Sire Stakes, the John Davies Memorial. Lots of John's friends and family joining us here for Governor's Plate 57 Day in Summerside with the trackside presentations. Here's the official results in the 7th. Traveling Soldier was 2nd. Big Pond Cash, the race winner. Abiding Art 4th. Axo Noble 6th. Lindale Mr. Mac 3rd. Jackie Pang finished 5th. 28-1. 57-1. 127-1. The mile 157. From the top, your program reached 214-635. Big Pond Cash 220. Exactor $5, Triactor $34, Superfactor $866.
Okay, so coming up next, it's the Andrew Perry Memorial here at Redshores Summerside, and Governor's Plate 57 as we march our way to race number 16, going to the gate, well, around 9:05, 9:06, somewhere in there. You're with Lee Drake, Rocky Skierman, Peter McPhee, and Vance Cameron calling all the action here tonight. Summerside Chrysler Dodge is proud to be the retailer of the award-winning Ram lineup of trucks. The Ram truck won the 2025 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. Summerside Chrysler has one of the PI's largest inventory of Ram trucks. Check them out at summersidechrysler.com. And we came up here in a Ram.
We did, and it's a beautiful truck.
Yeah. So let's roll into the Governor's Plate 57. You missed it a little earlier here. We do have a couple of changes in there.
Yep, we got two changes. We got the two high-voltage Deo and Middleton Terror both scratched. But we got Roll 'em on the Rail and Mark Campbell, 2 is scratched. Bounty Hunter 3 and Kenny Airsnow. Mickey Shan 4 with Jason Hughes.
Yeah, last year's winner, Twin Be Tough Enough. He's looking to double up and go back-to-back. He's 5 for Gilles Barrio. Tony Tutall is 6 for Miles Heffernan Sr. Blood Money will go from post 7 for Dr. Mitch Downey. And Middleton Terror is out of Governor's Plate 57.
All right, so there's the update for you as we move along here in race number 8. We'll bring in the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam and some of those top selections here and where the All-Stars are going as well. And I know that for the ones that we couldn't get on the board here, we'll keep you updated on that. And that's Backstretch Beat by Nick Oakes. He's working an angle of a 6, 5, and 2. And, yeah, also the classifier's choice at 5, 6, and 2.
Post parade next.
Andy Perry Memorial Trot, 8th race parade. Rocket Blast 1, Corey McPherson training and driving for owner Carl Bagnall Stratford. 2 is Helpful Princess, owned by Robin Burke of Brackley, trained by Luke Burke. Adam Murner drives. Curad 3, Ryan DeRoche of Clyde River. He's the owner and the driver. Shayna Toll trains. Ripped and Ready 4, owned by Dina Clove, New Haven, and Dr. Ruth Irving of Russell, Ontario. Dina does the conditioning, driven by Brett Clove. Fight Song number 5, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. 6 is Buckhead Ridge, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford, trained by Landon Campbell, Mark Campbell above the wheels. 3 minutes to post time. The late pick 4 with the $1,000 pool begins in race number 13 tonight. And gentlemen at the desk, I think it's track record on the trot time.
You know, you could be right, Vance. By the way those miles have been going all this week and the records here at Summerside, that could definitely take place here in the Andrew Perry Memorial. And wouldn't that be special? The pick 4, the late pick 4, and it's the $1,000 guaranteed pool. And that's the last 4 races, so it starts on race number 13. Hey, we want to give a shout-out to Forrest and Bert McWade, who are tuned in tonight from Pugwash. And nice to have you tuned in to the race day broadcast. If you ever want a great event or an idea for a great event, contact Bert.
Okay, yeah.
He's got some great ones over the years.
Glad you're tuned in, guys, and glad you're watching Red Shores this evening. Enjoy the night. As we work on the trot here in race number 8, Rock, and we land on Fight Song. And wow, was he some impressive last time out in Charlottetown.
Yes, I was working that night, July the 10th. It was a Thursday night, left from 5. He powered up to the front, 29 seconds flat, and he was never headed, winning by 2 3/4 lengths in 1:55 3, 28 1 on the end of it. That was a new track trotting record in Charlottetown. It was also his 26th lifetime win for Jason Hughes. Post 5 tonight for Fight Song with Jason Hughes. He's looking to double up tonight. They're 5-2.
And here's the next door neighbor. It's a Buckhead Ridge this afternoon for Mark Campbell, and he was second in that track record in Charlottetown last time out, Rock. But before that, he was reeling off the wins.
Yeah, I believe he went 7 in a row there, and he finished second in that track trotting record event, and still trotted a mile in 1:56 1, 28 3 on the end of it for Buckhead Ridge. Mark Campbell, he's hot this week with 19 wins. He's looking for his double tonight, looking to go back-to-back. Buckhead Ridge is your current choice on the board right now at even money.
And to round out your triactor, Rocky, you're going to the 2 Helpful Princess here for Robin Burke of Brackley. Luke Burke trains, and Adam Murder will do the driving today.
Yeah, last start was July the 10th at Charlottetown. Had the rail, and he finished 4th in that track record event. 157-2, 29-2 on the end of it. The start before that was his first one on maritime soil here on the island. Left on the rail and finished 4th, 158-2, 28-1 on the end of it. Helpful Princess, 5-year-old bay mare by Help Is On the Way for Robin Burke of Brackley. Luke Burke trains. Adam Erner in the bike at 9-2.
Great looking field here for the Andrew Perry Memorial here tonight at Summerside, and usually on a Friday night. I remember many times, Peter, we've been teeing up this race on a Friday, so it moves to the Saturday, and why not? You know, Andrew Perry was one of the presidents of the Prince County Horsemen's Club, did so much for racing here, and they have it on the big night tonight's only fitting. And, you know, this has assembled a great-looking field here. There is an equipment change on Buckhead Ridge. Removes the ear hood, adds the cheek rolls and the plugs in here. And Vance said it, you know, who knows? We might be able to break the track record here
Good
tonight.
matchup here again. I think the 5 and the 6 are the people are playing the 5 and the 6. Fight Song coming off the track record in Charlottetown, so he makes the move up here. Buckhead Ridge has reeled off all those wins in a row, so he's back. And then you got the 4 on the inside. Anything can happen here. Sets up to be a good one.
Countdown clock's in for race 8. They're lining in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Justin Durash, the starter, has them in his hand. Scotty McKendrick at the wheel. Back upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
It's an annual tradition here in Summerside. One of the great horsemen of all time. Andy Perry Memorial Trot. Rocket Blast, Helpful Princess, Curad, Ripped and Ready, Fight Song, Buckhead Ridge, top of the stretch. Here they come. Off stride, Ripped and Ready at the start. There they go. Off stride is Helpful Princess. Into the turn, Fight Song is going to lead it. From the rail, that's Rocket Blast to Dara. Off stride, Buckhead Ridge. He jumped it off in here. As they move over to the 8th pole, Rocket Blast out in front. Fight Song on the outside, second. Third, Curad. Back into 4th. At the inside is Helpful Princess. Back down trotting 5th is Buckhead Ridge. And the trailer, Ripped and Ready. They're over to the opening quarter. Fight Song and the Blue Knight U's have taken over the lead off a 28 and 2 quarter mile. Rocket Blast is second. Up with the leaders, third. Curad. Well back 4th is Buckhead Ridge. Then 5th is Helpful Princess. Ripped and Ready. Trailing the field down the stretch for the first time. And the half mile comes next. Fight Song will get them halfway home. Racing from second. That's a long shot. Rocket Blast. And the longest shot on the board is there with the leaders third. Buckhead Ridge 4th. Helpful Princess 5th. Off stride, Ripped and Ready. 58 and 2 was the half mile. Up the backstretch they go. Second and final time now. They're headed to 3/4. Fight Song is open by 2. Rocket Blast is second. Curad third. Buckhead Ridge 4th. 5th is Helpful Princess. Ripped and Ready trails the field by the 3/4 now. And the fastest trotter of all time on PEI out in front leading it. That's Fight Song. 3/4 up in 1:28 flat. And they do have a shot at the track record in here. Fight Song leading them down the lane for the Blue Knight. Up against the clock only today. Fight Song all alone on
for third. That is Buckhead Ridge. And the time for the mile, 1:57.3. New track record for age trotting horses. Fight Song and the Blue Knight Ewes have done it.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 8 from Red Shores and Summerside this evening in Rock. This horse last time out looked good, got front, and was able to control it all the way. Same thing here in Summerside today.
Yeah, it looked very good. 28-2 to the quarter, the half, and 58-2. Down to 3/4 and 128. That's when I thought Jason was going after the track record. He started working on him and working on him down the stretch here. He's opening up on the field to win in 1:57.3. That's his 27th lifetime win, 4th of the season for Fight Song. Jason Hughes doubles up tonight in the bike. Great shot by Universal Media. On the slow-mo here of Fight Song and Jason Hughes. Currad in there for second. Buckhead Ridge rallied for third. It's 5-3-6 unofficially. In the 8th, we're going to see Fight Song and Jason Hughes in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
By virtue of his last winning victory in 1:55.3, this horse became the fastest trotting horse in the history of PEI harness racing, and today he becomes the fastest trotting horse in the history of Summerside Raceway. He's Fight Song in the winner's circle, trotting bay gelding 6 by Cadabra, off the Muscle Hill Dam, Fortunes of Fable, owned by Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge, bred by Bluestone Farms and Frederica Caldwell, trained by Ashley Gamester. The Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, put him on top all the way today, and that new track record for age trotting horses, 1:57.3. Down at trackside, the Andy Perry Memorial Cooler presentation. Now the official results in race 8, Rocket Blast 4th, Helpful Princess 5th, Curad was 2nd, Ripped and Ready finished 6th, Fight Song the race winner, Buckhead Ridge 3rd, Fractions 128-2, 58-2, 128, and the new track record for age trotting horses, 1:57.3. In review, it's 4:52. 613. Fight Song 460. The Exactor 238.40. Triactor 552.60. Superfecta 377.80.
Okay, so coming up next, we have the Atlantic Sires Stakes, 3-year-old colts, the A division. They're going for a purse of $17,180 on the line. Just ran into the Premier Lance.
Yeah, nice to have him here.
He's here. He's arrived, and he's going to be here for the rest of the night for the Governor's Plate 57, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. All right, well, as we make our way to the big show, we'll take a trip down memory lane again, and we're going to take in another photo. And really, this is the only dead heat, happened in 1996, the only dead heat in Governor's Plate history.
Yeah, Luna Fantasia and driver Danny O'Brien there on the left, and on the right is Quick Challenge, trainer, driver, and co-owner Dr. Ian Moore, and lots of other folks there as well.
Yeah, and you know some of those other folks in there too, Rocky, I'm sure, with that, well, just an historic photo. USTA Director Paul McKinnon there, I see that, and Lieutenant Governor Gilbert Clements at the time. And then, of course, you have Quick Challenge, who's trainer, driver, and co-owner Dr. Ian Moore, and his wife Nancy. So quite a picture.
Yeah, quite a picture, Rock. I'm sure you remember that. I think you were pretty much here for every Governor's Plate.
Absolutely. I see a little Tyler out there, too, standing next to his mother.
That's right.
Along with his sisters. Yeah.
I think Barry Bigger's in that picture there, too.
Nice
if
photo.
I can see that. Yeah, nice shot. And as we get closer and closer to Governor's Plate 57 here tonight, another trip down memory lane all the way back to 1996, the only dead heat in Governor's Plate history.
Fourth division of the Atlantic Sires on the 9th race parade. Bentley 1, owned by Michael Clary of Montague, trained by John Clary. Mark Campbell drives. All My Lovin' 2, owned by Windermere Farms, Brian and Ira Wallach Racing of New Jersey, Debbie Denny and Clyde Balderson, trained by Earl Watts, Adam Murner. Camco Lucas 3, owned by Hal Smith of Ponnell and Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby. Brody McPhee drives. Dilicious 4, owned by Daryl and Gordon McLean, Stephen Downey and Wade Piccone, trained by Daryl McLean. Today, Jill Barriol. Malevolent number 5, owned by Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell of Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Paul Langell. 4 minutes to post time. Lee, Peter, and Rocky are back with the top selections.
Well, bet anywhere, anytime with HBIBet.com and download the app in the App Store. Rocky, just before you pick up the top contenders here, so many great memories on it, but going back to something you remember very well, and that's Dougie Walsh with the first sub-2-minute mile here on Prince Edward Island.
Yeah.
Winner's accolade.
159 and 2 in the 1984 Governor's Plate. Bob Dorr kissed the track that night, and Dougie Walsh gave me his driving suit. So I remember that very, very well.
Wow, you got the driving suit.
Yep. I don't have it anymore, but I did.
All right, well, 3 minutes to go for race number 9. Rocky and Peter to pick up the top contenders here for $17,180 Atlantic Sires Stakes. The Glamour Boys in action.
A great purse here, yes. As we work on the 9th here, Rock, this is Dilicious here for Daryl and Gordon McLean. They co-own along with Stephen Downey as well, and Wade Piccone. And Daryl McLean trains, and Jill Barrio gets the call here. You're putting this horse on top.
Yeah, he won a monster trip over in Truro on July the 11th in that Atlantic Sire Stakes A division. Left on the rail, and he almost went right down the road. Daryl drove, just got beat by half a length, 155 flat, the trip of his life, 29 and 4 on the end of it. He has 3 wins right here in Summerside, right in a row. Took a record of 157 in the middle of those 3 wins, 28 and 1 on the end of it for Daryl. Jill Barrio hops up tonight, post 4, Dilicious, and he's got good odds right now too, 5-1.
And here's the 5, Malevolent here for Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell. They share ownership, Paul Trains, and wow, what a year last year, 9 for 10. He had over 83,000. Rocky's already got a couple of wins this year.
Yeah, and closing in on 20,000 for this season. July 11th at Truro, and the Atlantic Sire Stakes A division left from 4. And he also finished second, just beat by half a length by Fill My Beer in 154 and 2, 28 and 1 on the end of it. 2 wins, 155 and 2 season's best at Inverness in the A stake on June 22nd. Malevolent leaves 5 tonight with Paul Angel. Current choice on the board at 4 to 5.
Okay, and here's the 1, Bentley for Michael Cleary of Montague. John Cleary trains, Mark Campbell drives. Rock going to be inside. I think a nice trip here.
Yeah, at Truro on July the 11th in the B stake, left from 2, and he was a winner by 8 in 154 and 2, 28 and 1 on the end of it. You know, it'd be nice to put him on top. You can't pick them all to win, so I got him in there for part of my ticket anyway. He's on the rail tonight. Bentley with Mark Campbell. Campbell's looking for his second win of the night, and they are at 6 to 5. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 9th race. Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old colts in the A division for $17,180 with Bentley and Mark Campbell at 6 to 5. All My Lovin' with Adam Murner at 6 to 1. Camco Lucas 3 and Brody McPhee at 13 to 1. Dilicious is 4 with Jill Barrio at 4 to 1. And the 5 Malevolent with Paul Angel at even money. That is a look at the field. Good looking field. Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old colts A division for over $17,000. Good luck with your selections.
Now, according to Trevor Ramsey, Rocky, it was a bit of a tradition for you to wear a tux in Governor's Plate night.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes, I did a few times. I wore the tuxedo, walked around through the place, greeted everybody, and presented the coolers in the center field. That was many moons ago.
Still have that tux?
No, it was a rental.
Countdown clock's in here for the 9th. The horses lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Feels like it's late in the night, but it's really not. It's only 6:45. Lots to come. Yep. All right, let's send it back upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
A division of the Sire Stakes for over $17,000 in prize money. Bentley, All My Lovin', Camco Lucas, Dilicious, Malevolent, top of the stretch. Three-year-old colt Pacers ready for start. Rough and pacing, Dilicious leaves out on the rail. Bentley between them, All My Lovin'. Oh, way wide, Malevolent. Then at the inside, Camco Lucas. They're at the 8th pole. Bentley and Campbell on top. Second is All My Lovin'. Dilicious will get a spot 3rd. Then in 4th is Camco Lucas. Malevolent will come. Was 5th, then 4th, now 3rd. About to be 2nd. Taking dead aim at the leader here. Wow! Malevolent and Langell clear. Bentley is 2nd, All My Lovin' 3rd, 28 and 1/4. Back into fourth is Dialicious, trailing the field. Camco Lucas fifth. Off the paddock turn they come, led by Malevolent. Opening up on the front end. Bentley is second, then third. That's All My Lovin'. Dialicious has fourth. The Gap Town trailer fifth. Camco Lucas, they're halfway home. And Malevolent rolls along here for Paul Langell. The half mile, 55 and 2, 27 and 1 in the second quarter. By 5/8, Malevolent the leader on Bentley. Third is All My Lovin'. Then in fourth, that is Dialicious. The trailer fifth, Camco Lucas. Here comes the 3/4 next, and Malevolent continues by 5. Bentley is second. Moving out third, All My Lovin'. Fourth is Dialicious, and the trailer, that is Camco Lucas. They tripped the 3/4 in 1:23 and 3. They got anything left in the tank. It might be another track record. Malevolent. Here's All My Lovin' looking to upset them. All My Lovin' on the outside. Murner got him there in the Sire Stakes. Malevolent was second. Bentley will finish third, and they stop the clock in the Atlantic Sire Stakes. And yes, a new track record. 1:53.1.
Here is the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 9th race. Coming down the stretch, you're seeing Malevolent, who cut it all out, 28-1, 55 and 2, 123 and 3. And here comes All My Lovin' with Adam Murner. They're going to reach up to get the job done, and a new track pacing record for 3-year-old colts. 153 and 1. That's a new record for All My Lovin' as well. Adam Murner doubles up in the bike tonight. In for second, Malevolent. He did all the work in the front end. Bentley is third, so it's 2-5-1 unofficially in the 9th. We'll see All My Lovin' and Adam Murner in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
There he is, the newest track record holder here at historic Summerside Raceway. He is All My Lovin'. Bay Pacing Gelding, 3 years, the son of Militias. Off the Western Paradise Dam, loving every minute. Owned by Windermere Farms, Brian and Ira Wallach Racing of New Jersey, Debbie Denny of Nova Scotia, and Clive Balderson of New Brunswick. Bred by Brian and Ira Wallach Racing of New Jersey. Conditioned by Earl Watts, Adam Murner will guide him to victory and that new track record of 153 and 1. All My Lovin', Adam Murner doubles up. It's the Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old Pacing Colts trackside presentation. Now the official results in the 9th. Bentley third. All My Lovin', the race winner. Camco Lucas fifth. Dialicious fourth. Malevolent finished second. Fractions 28 and 1, 55 and 2, 123 and 3. And the new track record for 3-year-old facing horses, and a personal best of 153 and 1 for All My Lovin'. In review, 31542. All My Lovin', $28 on the nose. The Exactor 114.30. The Triactor 106.40. Superfecta 33.80.
$19 right now. There's a look at the Atlantic Post calls paddock, and with 6 minutes to post for race number 10, it is the Bob Dorr Memorial Governor's Plate Consolation for a purse of $15,000. Melissa Keith going 1-5-2, Ken Workton at 5-1 and 4.
Matt Kenny leading the way in the All-Star Handicapping Challenge. Garner Barnsdale, he's in with a 1-5 and 3, and Rocky Skierman on the desk today here in Summerside. Rocky likes a 1-5 and 4 as we are 5 away from race number 10.
And this is your last call, 50-50, $2,000 guaranteed to the winner. Last call, 50-50.
10th race is the Bob Dewar Memorial Governor's Plate Consolation. They're on post parade. Number 1, Little Leroy, owned by Joe Baxter, Marion Stewart, Brian Ramsey, and the BMD Memorial Stable, trained by Joe Baxter. Kenny Murphy drives. Marigo Magic 2, owned by Mike May, Herman McQuaid, Derek Cameron, and Ian Walker, trained and driven by Adam Murner. All Bets on Text number 3, owned by Kent Livingston, Blair McLaughlin, and Mark Gallant, trained by Adam Murner. Mark Campbell catch drives. Salisbury Ian 4, owned by Red Oak Stables of Charlottetown, trained by Jamie Smith, Corey McPherson up. B2B wears number 5, owned by Donald McRae and Blair McLaughlin, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. 2 minutes to post time. Only 2. Race day live from Summerside. Lee Rocky and Peter pick up the field in the Governor's Plate Consolation Bob Dewar Memorial.
Bob Dewar did a lot for this track, did a lot for racing over the years, and Rocky, you know it very well, and so does Vance. And I mean, I guess the one I remember the most was the photo of kissing the track.
Yeah.
When broke the record at that time. The player portal, you can get all you need, everything you need, as we swing into the back half of the program here, making our way to Governor's Plate 57. All of the information you need at Redshores.ca. Rocky and Peter picking up the top contenders here. Good looking field. The Bob Dewar Memorial Governor's Plate Consolation.
Okay, back on track here. Little Leroy for Joe Baxter and Marion Stewart, Brian Ramsey, BMD Memorial Stable, of course, Boyd McDonald Memorial Stable, and Joe Baxter trains, and Kenny Murphy does the driving. And Rock, they're in a good spot. They were winners 2 down here. Yeah,
if you look down, if they were winners 2 down, there were also winners 3 down here at Charlottetown June 21st. Left from 3, sat 2, and was a winner by 3/4 of a length in 152-2 with 27-4 last quarter in there for a new life's mark for Little Leroy. He's leaving on the rail tonight, and I think Mr. Murphy's going to wind him right down the highway. Little Leroy, 9-5.
So from the inside rail to the outside in a compact field here with B2B for Donnie McRae, Blair McLaughlin. They share the ownership. Ashley Gamester trains. Jason Hughes does the driving. Rock, this guy's a major danger today.
I picked him to win the elimination. He just come up a little flat on the 13th. That was a Sunday. Left from 5, finished 5th. Just beat 2 lengths, though. 153-3, 28-3 on the end of it. If you look 3 down to that start in Charlottetown, June 21st, he left on the rail, sat 2, and finished 2, just beat a length. And race timed in 151 flat with a 27-3 closing quarter. He's got 5 wins this year, 152-1. Season's best right at Charlottetown in the Ladner. B2B leaves 5 with Jason Hughes aboard. Jason looking for his second win. They're 5-2.
Okay, getting close here in race number 10. Bob Dewar Memorial Governor's Plate Consolation on the line here. And this is Salisbury Ian. And Rock, we can't count this guy out. You look at that last quarter, 27-4 last time out.
Definitely can't count this guy out. He won the consolation last year, Peter, and in the Governor's Plate elimination on the 13th, he was saddled with the 8 post, and he finished 6th, rallied up to gain 2 lengths in the stretch. Just beat by 3 1/4, 153-4, 27-4 on the end of it. A nice second to start before that in Charlottetown on July 5th. Left from 3, finished second, 154 flat, 29-1 on the end of it. Salisbury Ian with Corey McPherson, post 4, 3-1.
Boy, I remember that race last year, and Salisbury Ian had to find a seam through the stretch to get it done. Good looking field here with Little Leroy, Marigo Magic, All Bets on Text, Salisbury Ian, and B2B. And there's a look at the betting board. Good looking betting board too, and this power pack field. Got to tell you, any one of them have a chance to reach up and get this. That's what I love about it. You see us on the desk and hear us, and but I'll tell you what, a team of individuals it takes to put this all together for the Governor's Plate Week. And a big shout out to all of you, part of the Red Shores team, the Prince County Horsemen's Club, the horse people, of course, always putting on great product. And we appreciate that. Countdown clock is in. Race number 10. Upstairs for the race call, here's Vance Cameron.
Oh, my first Bosley was Bob Doerr, and I was very humbled when the family got me to read the citation when we unveiled Bob Doerr Street in back of the grandstand here in Summerside. They're lighting up in the Bob Doerr Memorial. Compact field of 5. Little Leroy, Marigo Magic, all bets on tech. Salisbrook in, B2B. 10th race. Governor's Plate Consolation post time. Up and pacing, leaving out all bets on tax. Little Leroy along the rail, second. Third one into the turn. Marigo Magic. B2B comes up fourth on the outside. Then the trailer. That is Salisbrook in. Up the backstretch for time 1. All bets on tax to the lead. In line to Mark Campbell on this day. Second, Little Leroy. Then third, Marigo Magic. B2B away fourth. Trailing the field fifth. That is Salisbrook in, packs the quarter. All bets on tax. Boom! Just like that, 27 and 1 was the quarter. All bets on tax will lead them off the paddock turn en route to the opening half mile. 2-hole ride, Little Leroy. Then in third, Marigo Magic. Fourth, that's B2B. And the trailer is Salisbrook in. Positions unchanged as they move by the half mile. They're chasing all bets on tax. 55 seconds flat was the half. 27 and 4 in the second split. By the 5/8 they go. All bets on tax leading to 3/4. Little Leroy second, third Marigo Magic. There goes B2B in the outside fourth. Moving to the outside fifth. That is Salisbrook in. They go by 3/4. All bets on tax the leader. Here's B2B now right alongside. 3/4 of a mile. 1:23 and 4. Homeward bound. Here's B2B to take over the lead late. All bets on tech second. Salisbrook in on the outside third. Here's the Blue Knight to triple up. Jason Hughes and B2B in the Bob Doerr Memorial. All bets on tech second. Salisbrook in third. And the time for this mile, 1:51. 4. Wow!
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 10 from Red Shores in Summerside this afternoon. Bob Doerr Memorial, Governor's Plate Consolation. Rock once Jason moved. B2B. Wow, what a brush up, and he was able to win.
Yeah, all bets on tax took them through the fractions of 27 and 1, 55, 123 and 4. And this is the horse that I expected on Sunday in Governor's Plate elimination. B2B gets the job done tonight in 151 and 4. Jason Hughes triples up. All bets on tax second. Salisbrook in third. So it's 5-4-3 unofficially in the Bob Doerr Memorial Governor's Plate Consolation. We'll see them in the winner's circle next. Last call 50-50. Brendan is up here right now in the oval. Last call 50-50.
This horse is the co-holder of the fastest pacing mile in PEI harness racing history when he equaled the track record at Charlottetown in 150-1, and he brought his A game to Summerside on this Governor's Plate 57 day, and he is B2B in the 10th race winner's circle. Bay facing Stallion 80s by Sunshine Beach off the Life Sign Dam, be full of Steinman. Home by Donald McRae and Blair McLaughlin, bred by ICR Racing from Pufferlaw, Ontario. Ashley Gamester has the training double. The Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, has the driving triple. And an excellent trip on the horse today, 151-4. B2B captures the Bob Dewar Memorial Governor's Plate consolation with the winner's circle presentation. Now the official results in race 10, Little Leroy 4th, Marigo Magic 5th. All Bets on Tax was 2nd. Salzbrook Ian finished 3rd. B2B was the race winner, 27-1, 55, 123-4, and the mile in 151-4. From the top, your program reads 45231. B2B 440, Exactor 2430, Triactor 6310, Superfecta 1115.
So Race Day Live continues from Summerside, Prince Edward Island, and the crowd continues to swell up here as we get closer and closer to Governor's Plate 57, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Warren Ellis was just here by the broadcast center, and boy, he's really impressed with the crowd here tonight. And,
looking sharp. He's got the suit on and everything. He'll be in the winner's circle.
He'll be in the winner's circle
there every year.
We have a special message right now from the Gold Cup ambassadors on Governor's Plate 57. Here they are.
Hi, we're the 2025 Gold Cup and Saucer Ambassadors.
Don't miss the 57th running of the Governor's Plate presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge.
The Governor's Plate is Summerside's signature race on Saturday, July 19th with a post time of 4 p.m.
For post times, race day broadcasts, and more, go to Redshores.ca.
So there we have it, the Gold Cup ambassadors. We introduced them a couple of weeks ago now.
Yeah, first weekend of July there.
Summer's really rolling along, and the next big event, Rocky, is the Gold Cup and Saucer presented by Atlantic Lottery. That won't be that far away either, as we count down to Plate 57 tonight. I know the All-Star Handicapping Challenge continues. They're working a lot of it on socials. I've been following along, taking a glimpse at it here and there. And they're all over the card here tonight, and we'll slide in the picks here. Rocky will kick them off. We get the Atlantic Post Calls Paddock Cam, which is also new here in Summerside, and Melissa Keith, Rocky leads the way.
With 1-3-5, Ken working it at 5-1-3.
Yeah, Garnet Burnsdale at 5-1-3, and Rocky here in Summerside on site tonight. He's having a nice night, 5-3-2. I got an update also from the All-Stars. So Ken Warkton leads the way with 111 points. Garnet is second. Garnet Burnsdale with 84 points, and Melissa Keith is third with 82 after race number 10 today in Summerside.
th race, sponsored by the Summerside Western Capitals. The Run Parade, Love Matters Most #1, home by Rebecca May Horton, Blair McLaughlin, and Jeff Lilly. Jeff does the training. Today, Gilberto. Marley's Boy 2, owned by Wade Piccone of Stanchel, trained by Earl Watts, Adam Murner. Raised on Blacktop #3, owned by Windermere Farms, Lana Murphy, Clive Balderson, and Matt Burke. Earl Watts does the conditioning. Mark Campbell drives. Bet the Bull 4, owned by Martin Keffer of Elmwood, Ontario, trained by James Barlow. Robbie Chappell drives. Obsessed with Lou #5, owned by Tom Weatherby of Charlottetown, Redland Farms of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Tommy does the training. Brody McPhee driving. Brookdale Shelley 6, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Langell. Mac Hanover 7, owned and trained by Andrew Williams of Richmond, Jason Hughes. 8 is James Rains, owned, trained, and driven by Jacob Sweet of O'Leary. 2 minutes, only 2 minutes wagering time on race number 11. Welcome to the Summerside Western Capitals. They will be trackside in the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle next.
That's right, the Western Caps will be trackside, and they have a couple of gift boxes for the trainer, the driver, the groom, flex tickets for games, and yeah, it's going to be in there. I'm going to throw in a hat there too, so it's nice. They were busy earlier in the day doing fundraiser, and then they were doing some barbecuing a little earlier, so they will be trackside after this one.
Oh, very popular in Summerside, so great to see them here, Governor's Plate night, presenting after race number 11. Okay, back on the track here for race number 11, and we're landing on the 5 here, Obsessed with Lou for Tommy Weatherby, Redland Farms, Tom Trains, and Brody McPhee does the driving here. 3 wins from 9 starts, and Rocky like this guy on top.
Yeah, 7 times in the top 2 with 3 wins in 4 seconds. Scratched out of Truro on the 11th of July, but the start before that, July the 4th, left on the rail and finished 4th, 158-4, 30-4 on the end of it. Had 2 wins in a row, starting at Truro Raceway on June the 20th. Left from 6, was a wire-to-wire winner in 158-4, and then he took a new record on June 27th at Truro. Left from 5, wired the field in 158-3, 29-4 on the end of it. It's Obsessed with Lou with Brody McPhee aboard. First start on Lasix, post 5, 7-2.
Here's the 3 raised on blacktop for Windermere Farms, Atlanta Murphy, Clyde Balderson, Matt Burke. They all share ownership. And Earl Watts trains. Mark Campbell does the driving. And the Watts-Campbell combination, Rock, has been doing very well.
Earl Watts' horse has been great all week, and Mark Campbell has been great all week. Charlottetown, July the 12th, left from 6th and finished 3rd. 158 flat, 28-4 on the end of it. Has a win, 158-3 at Charlottetown. That was a new race win record earlier on in the season. Raised on blacktop, leaves 3 with Mark Campbell at 5-2.
Okay, you heard the call to post here, so we're getting close in race number 11. Need you in on the wagering side of things here this afternoon. Marley's Boy on the screen here for Wade Piccone. Earl Watts trains. Adam Murner does the driving, and Rocky got this horse in for 3rd.
Yeah, it started at Charlottetown on July the 12th. The left from 7, finished 7, 158-3. Just his 7th start of the season. Had a qualifier in Charlottetown on July the 7th. Left from 6, wire-to-wire winner in 2:03 flat. But if you look down at the line on June the 7th at Charlottetown, left from 5, finished 4th, but paced a mile in 156 flat, 13-4 on the end of it for Mark Campbell. He's post 2 tonight. Marley's Boy with Adam Murner. Adam Murner has a couple of wins tonight. Right now, 7-1.
Okay, getting set for race number 11 from Redshores in Summerside this afternoon as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
Love Matters Most, Marley's Boy, raised on blacktop. Bet the Bull, Obsessed with Lou. Brookdale, Shelley, Mac Hanover, James Rains outside. There's 8 of them across the gate here in the 11th. It's the Summerside Western Capital Space, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Staggered start here in the 11th, and there they go. Obsessed with Lou, the first one out. In at the rail, that is Love Matters Most. And the third one as they make their way round the turn. Up the rail is Marley's Boy. Bet the Bull coming fourth on the outside. Moving into fifth is Mac Hanover. Then the sixth one, that's James Rains. Raised on blacktop is seventh, followed by the trailer. Brookdale Shelley along the back stretch of the opening quarter. Love Matters Most and Barrio leading it by a little better than 2. Second along the rail, that's Obsessed with Lou. Then racing from third, Marley's Boy. Bet the Bull dropped in to be fourth off at 28 and 4/4 mile. All alone in fifth is Mac Hanover. Back to sixth, that's James Rains. Seventh is Raised on Blacktop. And trailing the field, Brookdale Shelley is 8. They arrive at the opening half mile next. Love Matters Most will get them halfway home here in the 11th. Tracking in the 2 hole, Obsessed with Lou. Then third is Marley's Boy. Bet the Bull goes fourth. Fifth is Mac Hanover. James Range is sixth. Going wide, 7, Raised on Blacktop. Brookdale Shelley trails 57 and 3 was the half. They're on route now to 3/4. Chasing Love Matters Most has a 2-length lead on Obsessed with Lou. Third up the rail, Marley's Boy. Fourth on the outside, Bet the Bull. Up the rail, Mac Hanover fifth. James Range sixth. Brookdale Shelley between horses 7. 3 high and 8. Raised on Blacktop 1:26 and 4 3/4. Love Matters Most. Little Steppy on the front end. Obsessed with Lou coming up the inside to take over the lead. Then in third, Marley's Boy. Bet the Bull fourth. Deep stretch now on the wire. Obsessed with Lou for Brody McPhee. Love Matters Most second. Marley's Boy third. Time for the mile. They're home in 1:56.4.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 11 from Red Shores and Summerside this evening. It's brought to you by Universal Media and Rocky Lake, Obsessed with Lou and Brody. After Gilles cuts it with Love Matters Most, Brody gets there in the end.
Yeah, 28-4, 57 and 3, 126 and 4 to 3/4. Here is the stretch drive as Love Matters Most got a little fancy there in the front end and had to go to the outside a little. And Brody drove up the inside to get the job done here in 156 and 4. That's a new race win record. 4th win of the season, 4th career for Obsessed with Lou, with Brody McPhee in the bike. Love Matters Most second. Marley's Boy rallies up for third, so it's 5-1-2 unofficially in the 11th. Summerside Western Capitals pace with the cooler presentation at trackside to Obsessed with Lou with Brody McPhee. They're going to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winter Circle next.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a judge's inquiry underway in race number 11 for a possible pylon violation by number 7, Mac Hanover, at the 8th pole. Obsessed with Lou on her way to the 11th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing filly, 3 years, the daughter of Sweet Lou, is off the Art Major Dam. Art Obsession. Home of Tommy Weatherby of Charlottetown, the Redland Farms of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Bred by Burke Racing, Knox Services, J&T Silva, Pernell and Libby, and Weaver Buscemi. Tommy Weatherby does the training. Brody McPhee will guide her to a new record today, 156 and 4. Obsessed with Lou. In the 11th, down in the winner's circle, we have the Summerside Western Capitals cooler presentation.
We can have Mark Campbell report to the winner's circle, please. Mark Campbell to the winner's circle. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are trackside here. We'll get this out of the way before the replay comes up. And very busy Mark Campbell, get him back to the paddock. He's got drives committed for the rest of the card here. Governor's Plate Week honors the top driver of the Basil Whalen Memorial. Basil Whalen was born in Kildare, PEI. Started working with Harry O'Brien at the age of 15, which became a lifelong love of horses and harness racing. He became one of the first island horsemen to make a full-time living at the sport and garnered the attention of many notable owners. The Whalen family still makes a major impact on the sport of harness racing here in PEI and North America. And it was a great pleasure that the family members that are here joining us tonight to present Mark Campbell. Let's give a big round of applause. He's had a big week, 19 winners and counting, to take the 2025 Basil Whalen Top Driver Award. I'd like to thank the members of the family, daughters Patsy Noonan, Pauline Bassett, son-in-law Ivan Noonan, grandstand Patrick Newman, Stephanie and Jeffner Thompson. We have great-grandson Kian Noonan, grandson Colin Bassett, Laura Peters, Bennett Arthur, and of course son Jim Whalen couldn't be here this year because he had a knee replacement yesterday, or he would be here in the winner's circle as well. Corey Goody also joining us for the trackside presentation. Congratulations to Mark Campbell.
Here's the official results now in race 11, dealing with the judges' inquiry. Number 7, Mac Hanover finished 5th and will be placed 7th for inside 2 consecutive pylons and being double lapped on at the finish. Here's the official rundown. Love Matters Most 2nd. Marley's Boy 3rd. Raised on Blacktop was 8th. Bet the Bull finished 4th. Obsessed with Lou, the race winner. Brookdale Shelley finished 7th, was placed 6th. Mac Hanover finished 5th, placed 7th for inside 2 consecutive pylons and being double lapped on at the finish. James Raines finished 6th, was placed 5th. They went 28 and 4, 57 and 3, 126 and 4, and the mile time in 156 and 4. From the top down, after the placings, 238, 416, 75. Obsessed with Lou paid $8.80 to win. The Exactor $22, the Triactor $92.40, and the Superfecta was $63.58. The 12th race is the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares Consolation. Redland Miss Pretty won, owned by Brian McGregor, Rebecca Blaisdell, and Howard Anderson. Trained by Carl Williams, Paul Langell drives. Shaken Blake, number 2, owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge, Jason Hughes. Promise Me Later 3, owned by Kingsley Walsh, Frank Balcom, and Sam Walsh. David Dowling trains and drives. Windermere Sadie 4, owned by Shane Essen, Saul Lanigan, Darcy Doyle, and Isaac Skierman, trained by Saul Lanigan. Today, Adam Murner driving. Going Yard number 5, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, and Aidan Farish of Summerside, trained by George Renison, Brady Sweet. Broken Net of Gas 6, Jill Barrio drives today for owner-trainer Tammy Collings of Hazelbrook. Galway Girl number 7, owned by Kent McDonald, Bernard McDonald, and Jacinta Campbell, trained by Landon Campbell, Mark Campbell drives. Freaky Fanny is 8, owned by Josh McDonald of Little Pond, trained and driven by Darren Crow. 3 minutes wagering time on race number 12. The Red Shores Late Pick 4 starts in race 13 tonight, featuring the $1,000 guaranteed pool and the low 15% takeout.
Well, we talked about some of the great history and photos. Picture parade, really. 2 Governor's Plate 57, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. And Peter, there's a great one there, but Kilcairn Ingle in 1992 at Emmons McKay.
Yeah, and Rocky was saying earlier, Rocky, you had a message that Emmons was watching today, so it's great that we have this photo in here.
Yeah, Emmons apparently just got out of the hospital yesterday, so shout out to Emmons McKay. And you see Tammy at the horse's head, and you see Doug Ferguson there as well as Lieutenant Governor Marion Reid. Great photo of Kilcairn Ingle. Beautiful horse he was too, with a nice long white blaze.
Yeah, there he is, a 1992 Governor's Plate winner.
Yeah, owner, trainer, breeder, Doug Ferguson. And yeah, what a great shot that is. And another great photo as we make our way to Plate 57.
Okay, back on the track here for the 12th here, the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares Consolation, and we land on the 1, Redland Miss Pretty here for Brian McGregor and Rebecca Blaisdell. Howard Anderson, they all share ownership. Kyle Williams trains, Paul Langell drives. Rock, they got a great spot on the rail here today.
Yeah, and 3 really good miles in her last 3 starts too. If you look in July the 1st here, left from 2 and finished 4th, 154.4 her mile, 28.3 on the end of it, and then followed that one up with a new race win record here July the 8th, left from 2 and fronted the field, a winner by half a length in 154.4, 29.3 on the end of it. And the last start in the Ruby Chapel eliminations on Sunday, July 13th, left from 5, finished 5, but just beat a length and 3/4. 154.2, 28.4 on the end of it. She's on the rail tonight. I see her in the winner's circle. Redland Miss Pretty with Paul Langell aboard right now, 2-1.
Okay, from the inside rail, we're going outside here to Galway Girl. And Kenton Bernard McDonald, Jacinta Campbell, they're the co-owners. Landon Campbell trains, Mark Campbell drives, already has a couple of wins this year, and 56 was the quickest in Charlottetown, Rock.
And shows a nice start in the Ruby Chapel elimination on Sunday, July 13th. Left 6, finished 6, just beat 2 1/4. That mile, 154.2, 29.1 on the end of it. They were all right there at the finish. Rosetown Mary winning it in 154 flat. Galway Girl, post 7 with Mark Campbell in the bike, looking for his 20th Governor's Plate week win. And right now they're 5-2.
And here is the 4, Windermere Sadie, Shane Essens from New Brunswick, Saul Lanigan, Darcy Doyle, Isaac Skierman. They're all co-owners. Saul Lanigan trains. Adam Murner gets the call here, and you can see Adam's had a nice day. He's already got a couple of wins. Rock, you got the horse in for 3rd.
Yeah, June 19th, my daughter's birthday. Left from 2 in Charlottetown. Wired the field in 154.4, new record. Closed it out in 29 seconds flat. Mark Campbell was in the bike. In the Ruby Chapel elimination on Sunday, left from 7, finished 5th. Just beat 4 lengths, 155.3, 28.2 on the end of it for Corey McGregor. McPherson. Adam Murner, as you mentioned, he's hot tonight. He's got a couple of wins, looking for a triple. Right now, Windermere Sadie from post 4 at 3-1. And we'll have a look at the odds board for the upcoming Ruby Chapel Memorial Consolation with Redland Miss Pretty on the rail with that Paul Angel at 8-5. Shaken Blake 2 and Jason Hughes at 9-1. The 3 Promise Me Later and David Dowling at 13-1. Windermere Sadie is 4 and Adam Murner at 3-1. Going Yard 5 with Brady Sweet at 28-1. Broken Out of Gas is 6 with Jill Barrio aboard at 17-1. The 7 Galway Girl with Mark Campbell at 7-2. And 8 on the outside is Freaky Fanny with Darren Crow at 3-1. That is the field for the 12th Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares Consolation. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's 12th race is the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares Consolation for a purse of $8,500. Let's go upstairs to Vance.
Redland Miss Pretty, Shaken Blake, Promise Me Later, Windermere Sadie, Going Yard, Broken Out of Gas, Galway Girl and Freaky Fanny, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Windermere Sadie leaves out. Redland Miss Pretty at the rail, splitting them. Shaken Blake third into the turn, away fourth. That's Promise Me Later. Up fifth from the outside, Galway Girl at the rail in 6, Going Yard. Seventh along the inside, Broken Out of Gas, and the trailer, that's Freaky Fanny. On the backstretch, led by Windermere Sadie, going to be short-lived. Here's Redland Miss Pretty, up to take over the lead for Paul Langeau. Second, Windermere Sadie back into third. Shaken Blake racing from fourth. That is Promise Me Later. Galway Girl took a seat in fifth. They opened it up in 27-2. Around the paddock turn they go. They're over to the 3/8 pole. Redland Miss Pretty and Paul Langell on the lead. Second, Windermere Sadie. Shaken Blake third. Then in fourth, that is Promise Me Later. Galway Girl fifth. On the outside, sixth, Broken Out of Gas. Seventh, Going Yard. And trailing the field, that is Freaky Fanny in 8th, halfway home, led by Redland Miss Pretty in 56-1. Tracking in the 2-hole, Windermere Sadie. Shaken Blake now moving to the outside third. Up the rail, Promise Me Later fourth. Galway Girl on the outside fifth, but no advancement. 3 wide coming 6th. That's Freaky Fanny. Up the rail, Going Yard 7th. Trailing Broken Out of Gas. They're at the 3/4 now. And Redland Miss Pretty continuing to hold them off. Windermere Sadie is second, 1:26 flat down at 3/4. They arrive at 7/8 next. Redland Miss Pretty. Windermere Sadie coming to the outside for the stretch drive. Freaky Fanny has made it up to third. Down the stretch they come. Windermere Sadie takes over late. Freaky Fanny on the wire. Windermere Sadie and Adam Murner. With Freaky Fanny up second. Might have been Broken Out of Gas third. Windermere Sadie in the Ruby Chapel Consolation. 155-1.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 12 from Redshores in Summerside this afternoon. It was the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares Consolation. A little give and go early between Redland Miss Pretty and Windermere Sadie, but it worked out for Sadie because she was able to track all the way and get there in the end.
Yeah, it was a smart move by Adam Murner. He's going to triple up tonight, I believe, in the bike as he gets the job done here. Redland Miss Pretty goes to the front, 27-2, 56-1. 126, and here's the stretch drive as Windermere Sadie moved out at the head of the stretch, and she's going to drive by to get the job done here. A host of them across the track for second and third. Looked like Freaky Fanny get in there for second and Broken Out of Gas third. So it looks to me like 4, 8, 6 unofficially in the 12th. We're going to see Windermere Sadie and Adam Murner in the winner's circle next.
Windermere Sadie on her way to the 12th race winner's circle. Pacing brown mare, 4 years, the daughter of militias, is off the Art Colony Dam, heart of Windermere. Owned by Shane Ashton, Saul Lanigan, Darcy Doyle, and Isaac Skirman. Bred by Windermere Farms at Springvale. Trained by Saul Lanigan. Adam Murner's third winner today for the triple. The mile in 1:55 and 1. Windermere Sadie in the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mayor's Consolation and the Winner's Circle presentation. Now the official results in the 12th, Redland Miss Pretty 4th, Shaken Blake was 8th, Promise Me Later 6th, Windermere Sadie the race winner, Going Yard finished 5th, Broken Net of Gas 3rd, Galway Girl was 7th, Freaky Fanny finished 2nd, Fractions went 27 and 2, 56 and 1, 126. The mile in 1:55 and 1. In review 486 153 72. Windermere Sadie paid $11.40 to win. The exactor $190.60. The triactor $1,630.70. Superfecta carryover.
Here's a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam with 8 minutes to go before the start of race number 13. It is the Premier's Pace. Melissa Keith going 2.65. Ken Workington at 5.62.
Yeah, Garnet Barnsdale, he's on the 6 as well. Jose Hanover with the 2 and the 1. And Rocky Skierman, he's underneath with the 6, 1, and the 3 here in race number 13. 8 away from the 13th.
Get your 50-50 draw tickets out. They've valued at $2,330. The winning number is 203-730. For $2,330, the winning number 50-50, 203-730. Good luck. And for the jacket, the winning number is 157520. Second chance draw for the jacket. Co-sponsored by Stephen F. Arsenault Insurances, 157520. Good luck.
Thirteenth race is the Premier's Pace around Parade. Brookdale Johnny, number 1, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langell drives. Gator Hanover 2, owned by Hervé LaJoy from St. Antoine, New Brunswick. Adam Murner now trains Andras. All About the Cash, number 3, owned by Jeff Holmes, Trevor and David McDonald. Leonard Doyle, trained by Jeff Holmes. Brady Sweet driving. Get Answers, number 4, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford. Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell aboard. Better Than Spring, number 5, owned by Perry Burke of Gros Isle, Quebec, trained by Trevor Hicken. Miles Heffernan. House Edge Hanover, number 6, owned by Everett Hansen of Majorville, New Brunswick, trained by Ronnie Matheson, driven by Gilles Barriol. 3 minutes to post time. Now make it 2. Only 2 minutes wagering time in race number 13. The Atlantic Classic Sale is scheduled for Friday, October 10th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds with an 11:30 a.m. start time.
There you have it, and not only that, the 9th from 3 to 7 at the exhibition grounds for a yearling preview, and you can get all the details as you see on the sailboard there, guys. It's hard to believe. I mean, we're rolling into this, then we're in the Gold Cup, and before you know it, we're back into Breeders' Crown, and we get the Premier's Cup before that.
That's right.
So, boy, it's the summer's really flying by. I was just down on the tarmac and into the winter circle areas. You know, we presented the Basil Whalen Memorial to Mark Campbell.
Yeah.
Big crowd around here.
Yeah, I think people are filling in, eh? It looks like it here, just looking over my shoulder here.
Big crowd. So the Premier's Pace is on track, and Rocky and Peter pick up the contenders next.
Okay, here we go. We're back on track here for race number 13, and we're landing on the 6 here. House Edge Hanover for Everett Hansen, who is the owner, Ron Matheson Trains, and Gilles Barrio will do the driving. Rock looking for 3 in a row. This horse has won back-to-back.
Yeah, 2 nice back-to-back starts at that. July 5th in Charlottetown, left 5. Wire to wire in 153-1. Closing quarter in 27-4. And then followed that up July the 12th, Saturday night. Left from 5 was a winner by 2 1/4 in 152-3. New record, 27-1 on the end of it. He's leaving 6 tonight. House Edge Hanover. Gilles Barrio aboard right now, 7-2.
Okay, from post 6 we go to the rail here. Brookdale Johnny for Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst. Phil Sizer Trains, and Paul Langell gets the call here. He looked good last time, Rock, here, July 15th. Summerside, right down the highway from the rail.
Yes, sir, he sure did. Last start was July 15th here. Head the rail. Wire-to-wire winner by 3.5 lengths in 153-2. Closed it out in 28-1. He was large and in charge that night. Brookdale Johnny on the rail with Paul Langell, 5-2.
And here is the 3, all about the cash for Jeff Holmes, Trevor and David McDonald, Leonard Doyle, all co-owners, Jeff Trains, Brady Sweet Drives, and Rock Another Horse. That's one back-to-back.
I was just going to say, another horse comes into this one, Peter. Back-to-back wins. July 5th in Charlottetown, left 4. Was a wire-to-wire winner in 153-2, 28-3 on the end of it. That was a new race win record. And then the next start, last Saturday in Charlottetown, left from 6, was a winner by half a length in 155-3, 28-2 on the end of it. That was his second win of the season, 10th career for All About the Cash with Brady Sweet aboard. He's looking for his double tonight. There right now at 6-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 13th race. The Premier's Pace with Brookdale Johnny in the rail and Paul Langell at 2-1. Gator Hanover 2 and Adam Murner at 9-2. All About the Cash and Brady Sweet at 6-1. Get Answers 4 with Mark Campbell, newcomer here. Right now they are at 8-1. Better Than Spring, newcomer also. Miles Heffernan Sr. They're your current choice on the board at 8-5. And the 6, House Edge Hanover with Gilles Barrio at 5-2. That is a look at the field for the upcoming 13th race. Field of 6, Premier's Pace for $5,000. Good luck with your selections.
Well, we talked about the events in the fall. How about Summerside Chrysler Dodge, proud supporter of the Prince County Hospital Foundation and hosting their 17th annual Grassroots and Cowboy Boots fundraiser September the 6th. And to date, they've raised over $21 million for our hospital. Call Summerside Chrysler Dodge to purchase the tickets, and you could go home a Jeep winner. Countdown clocks in for the Premier's Pace, race 13. In behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate and back upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Brookdale Johnny, Gator Hanover, All About the Cash, Get Answers, Better Than Spring, House Edge Hanover, half a dozen noses. They're up on the gate here in the 13th. Premier's Pace, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and then pacing better than spring leaves out. All about the cash along the rail. Brookdale Johnny stacking them up. Now the third one is Gator Hanover. Out there way wide on the turn. Better than spring. To get away fifth is Get Answers. And the trailer, House Edge Hanover. On the back stretch, Brookdale Johnny out in front. It's going to be short-lived. Here comes the newcomer to Summerside. Better than spring. And Miles Senior, they clear the lead off an opening quarter mile of 27-1. Racing from second as they move on around the turn. Brookdale Johnny, third up the rail. It's all about the cash. Then in fourth, turning down the stretch, Gator Hanover. Get Answered racing from fifth. Then the trailer, that is House Edge Hanover. They arrive at the half mile next. Better Than Spring is halfway home with straight alignment in behind him. Brookdale Johnny goes second, then in third, All About the Cash. The opening half mile, 56-3. Racing from fourth is Gator Hanover. House Edge Hanover underway in the outside fifth. Now the trailer, that is Get Answers. To the backstretch they go for time two. On the front end, that's Better Than Spring, the leader. Second is Brookdale Johnny. All About the Cash come out between them in third. Getting the three wide treatment. Fourth is House Edge Hanover. Fifth along the rail, Gator Hanover. Get Answered sixth. 1:26 flat down to three quarters. Eighth of a mile left to go. Better Than Spring turning for home, the leader. Brookdale Johnny out for the stretch drive, and they're in deep. Stretch now on the rail. Better Than Spring, and Miles Senior win. Second is Brookdale Johnny. House Edge Hanover rallied in to be third, and the time for the mile, 1:53.3. There goes the inquiry sign now. Race number 13. It's under an inquiry. Retain your tickets.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 13 from Redshores and Summerside this afternoon. And Rock, the newcomer, Better Than Springs and Heffernan. They left hard off the wings, and they got to the front and were able to control it.
27-1, 56-3, 126 to three quarters. My top selection, House Edge Hanover, looked like he was flying, and then Jill had to grab a hold of him there for a second, and he ends up third in here. But Better Than Spring is a winner in 1:53.3. That's his 9th win of the season, 62nd career. Miles Heffernan in the bike for his second win of the night. Great shot by Universal Media in the slow-mo. In for second, Brookdale Johnny with House Edge Hanover third. It's 5-1-6 unofficially. In the 13th, we're going to see Better Than Spring and Miles Heffernan Sr. Next.
The judge's inquiry involves the conduct of race number 13 after the 5/8. Retain your tickets here under the inquiry involving the conduct of race number 13 after the 5/8. Here's one of the classiest veteran pacers ever to come to Summerside. A winner of over $900,000. took a record as a 6-year-old of 49-2, and he come back as a 10-year-old to win in 49-2. And he's welcome to Summerside after stopping the clock in 153-3, closing it out in 27-3. I'm speaking of Better Than Spring in the 13th race winner's circle. Bay pacing gelding 10 by Better's Delight off the Dream Away Dam Spring Break, owned by Perry Burke of Gros Isle, Quebec. Bred by Winback Farm. He's trained by Trevor Hicken. Miles Heffernan Sr.'s in the driver's seat. It's the horse's 62nd lifetime trip to a winner's circle at some track somewhere. And he captures the Premier's pace on this Governor's Plate Day in Summerside. Better Than Spring in 153-3.
Say congratulations and happy 30th anniversary to Jim and Gloria Henderson of Truro, Nova Scotia, winners of the 50-50 draw tonight. Congratulations.
Results of the 13th race judges' inquiry. Racing officials deemed that number 3, All About the Cash, interfered with number 6, House Edge Hanover, after the 5/8, with number 6 finishing ahead of number 3. No placings required. Here's the official results in race 13. Brookdale Johnny 2nd. Gator Hanover 5th. All About the Cash 4th. Get Answers finished 6th. Better Than Spring was the race winner. House Edge Hanover finished 3rd. The fractions 27-1, 56-3, 126, and the mile 153-3. From the top, your program reads 254-613. Better Than Spring paid $4 to win. The Exactor $10.90, Triactor $20.40, Superfecta $10.38.
So race number 14 coming up next here, getting closer and closer to plate 57 on this Saturday night here in Summerside. And the wind has picked up a little bit. It's cooled down. But, boy, the track is lightning fast, and we've seen some great miles here today, too. So Lee Drake, Rocky Skierman, and Peter McPhee at the HBI broadcast desks. Now, we had a wedding today, guys, in Cape Breton. And Keegan Madden and his wife, Sienna, I hope I'm saying her name right, got married today. They were getting married, and they also, after that, they've been watching the race card as well from race day. So we appreciate that.
Well, congratulations. Yeah.
From all of us here.
Congratulations.
All right, so we have another update on the All-Star Handicap Challenge.
We do here. Right now, after 13 races, Ken Workington still leads the way. He hit the super high five earlier. Kenny leads the way. He has 121 points. Garnet Barnsdale is second with 90 points, and Melissa Keith is third with 85. So all chasing Ken Workington, who leads it in the third leg of the All-Star Handicapping Challenge.
So there is the Paddock Cam, brought to you by Atlantic Post Calls. And Rocky, you have another edition, Atlantic Post Calls. Would you mind sharing us what history moment you're working on in this latest edition?
Haven't started it yet. The last one I couldn't do because I was working on floors in my house. So.
Oh. Okay. Well, you are a handyman.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. Well, anyway, we'll look forward to your next edition. When you come up with it. All right, there are their selections there for race number 14.
Yeah, Melissa Keith at 2, 3, and 4 in here. Fill My Beer. Kenny Workington 2, 5, and 3. And Rock, you got the next couple?
Garnet Barnsdale with 2, 1, 3, and I'm on a 2, 4, 1. So there's a theme here. We all like the 2, and they're on the track right now.
Fifth in the final division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes, 14th race parade, Moonfall 1, owned by Hal Smith of Pownell and Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby. Brody McPhee drives. Fill My Beer, number 2, owned by Brady Doyle, Ryan McLeod, Kent McDonald, and Brent Campbell, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell drives. 3 is Woodmere Rocket Man, owned by Dan Ross of Vernon Bridge. Gilles Barrio trains and drives. 4, Rosestown Eclipse, owned by the Rosestown Stable, Jimmy Gorman and Mike Gorman, trained and driven by Corey McPherson. Here on Earth, number 5, owned by Jared and James Perot of Stratford. Jared does the training, driven by Paul Langell. 3 minutes to post time. Red Shores is pleased to present the HPI PEI players and exciting new offers. Race day live from Summerside with the top contenders up next.
All right, from weddings in Cape Breton to action here on Prince Edward Island. Sun's going down. The action remains hot. The Atlantic Sire Stakes, the Colts, the Glamour Boys back in action here in race 14. Rocky and Peter picking up the contenders next.
Yeah, here we go. We're back on track here. And what a purse here for the 3-year-old Colts in the A division. They go for $17,180. And here it is. Fill My Beer for Brady Doyle, Ryan McLeod, Kent McDonald, Brent Campbell, Al Cohen, Landon Campbell trains, Mark Campbell drives, and they're coming off a win in Truro Rock.
Absolutely. Nice win at that. Left on the rail and wired the field by half a length in 154 and 2, 28 and 3 on the end of it. That was a new race win record for Fill My Beer in his 6th lifetime win, 2nd of the season. He's a 3-year-old colt by Shanghai Phil. Post 2 tonight for Mark Campbell. He's looking for win number 20 this week. Right now, your current choice at 2 to 5.
And here is the 4 Rosetown Eclipse here for the Rosetown Stable. And Jimmy Gorman, Mike Gorman, they all co-own. Corey McPherson trains. Corey does the driving as well. Rocky got him in for 2nd in here.
Yeah, Truro on Friday night, July the 11th, and the Atlantic Sire Stakes A Division left from 2 and finished 6th. 156 and 2, 30 and 4 on the end of it. Look at that start, 3 down though at Charlottetown, June 28th, left on the rail. Finished 2nd, just beat by 2, 154 and 2, 27 and 2 on the end of it. Has a win this year, 157 and 1 at Inverness on June the 22nd. Post 4 tonight for Rosetown Eclipse with Corey McPherson, 3 to 1.
And And to round out your triactor, you're going to Moonfall here for Hal Smith, Ian Smith. They share the ownership, Tom Weatherby Trains, and Brody McPhee from the rail tonight, Rocky.
Yeah, nice start at Truro on July the 11th, left from 3 and finished 4th. 155 and 4, 29 seconds flat on the end of it. Just 21 lifetime starts for this 3-year-old colt by Bet the Moon. On the rail with Brody McPhee. Brody's looking for win number 2 tonight. Moonfall, 5-1.
And want to say hi to Sam McLeod tonight. Sam watching from home with his family. So, Sam, hope you're doing well tonight and enjoying the races from Red Shores as we look at the odds here in the 14th before we go. Moonfall on the rail. Like Rock said, Brody McPhee tonight, 5-1. Fill My Beer. He's coming off a win in Truro, and he is the choice right now to go and win again for Campbell, who has 19 wins this week, already declared the Basil Whalen Memorial winner. They're 1-4. The 3 is Woodmere Rocket Man for Barrio at 6-1. Rosetown Eclipse for Corey McPherson at 7-2. And the 5 here on Earth for Langell at 12-1. That's how they'll line up here. Good luck with your picks in the 14th. Getting set for race number 14 this afternoon from Red Shores in Summerside as the horses swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance Cameron, up to you for the race call.
It's the 5th and final division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes. We'd like to send out a happy birthday greeting to Aidan Moore, celebrating here in Governor's Plate Day, from your friend Derek Fallon and all of us here at Red Shores on Governor's Plate 57 Day. Aidan, make sure you got a very happy birthday going on. The 3-year-old pacing colts in the 14th lineup: Moonfall, Fill My Beer, Woodmere Rocket Man, Rosetown Eclipse. Here on Earth, the $17,000 Sire Stake post time. Rough and pacing off stride. Woodmere Rocket Man goes on the run getting out. Fill My Beer is on the lead. Second up the rail is Moonfall. Third one, that's Rosetown Eclipse. Then fourth is Here on Earth. And the trailer is Woodmere Rocket Man. On the backstretch for time 1 to the quarter they go. Fill My Beer in line to Mark Campbell on the lead. Racing from second, that's Moonfall. Away at the rail, third is Rosetown Eclipse. Then fourth is Here on Earth. In the backfield after the miscue, Woodmere Rocket Man, the trailer. They went 28-4 to open this one up. Midway round the paddock turn for time 1. Approaching on the 3/8, Fill My Beer, the fraction setter. 2-hole ride belongs to Moonfall. Racing from third, Rosetown Eclipse. Fourth, Here on Earth. And the trailer, Woodmere Rocket Man. They're halfway home in the 14th. And Fill My Beer, the midway point leader. Moonfall goes second. Rosetown Eclipse continuing third. With the leaders fourth, Here on Earth. And the trailer, that is along the inside, Woodmere Rocket Man. 58-2 was the half. Up the backstretch they go to 3/4 next. They're chasing Fill My Beer and Campbell. Second, Moonfall. There goes Rosetown Eclipse. Up to the outside from third. Moving out fourth is Here on Earth. Woodmere Rocket Man in the backfield by 3/4 in 1:28 flat. Fill My Beer by ahead. Rosetown Eclipse on the outside, applying the pressure. Here on Earth swinging out 3 wide. Moonfall is fourth. Down the stretch they come. Fill My Beer still there. Rosetown Eclipse, Here on Earth. Fill My Beer and Mark Campbell all the way in the Sire Stakes. Second is Rosetown Eclipse. Here on Earth will finish third. And the time for the mile, 1:56.3.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 14 from Redshores and Summerside this afternoon. It was the 3-year-old colts in the A division. They went for 17,180. Fill My Beer and Campbell on the point, and they go all the way, Rock.
Right down the road, 28-4, 58-2, 128 flat. And Mark Campbell gets his driving double tonight. And he also gets his 20th Governor's Plate Week win. Wow, what an accomplishment that is. Wins the Basil Whalen as he was presented with that trophy earlier. Fill My Beer gets the job done in 1:56.3, 2 in a row, and 7th lifetime win. Up for second is the 4, Rosetown Eclipse with Here on Earth third. It's 2, 4, 5 unofficially. In the 14th, we're going to see Fill My Beer and Mark Campbell in the winner's circle next.
Fill My Beer on his way into the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner's circle here in the 14th. Pacing Brown Colt 3, the son of Shanghai Phil, is off the Panda Rosa Dam. Hazel, owned by Brady Doyle, Ryan McLeod, Kent McDonald, and Brent Campbell. Bred by Brookie by the Bay Stables. Trainer Landon Campbell doubles up. Driver Mark Campbell, he doubles up. Colt on top at every call today in 1:56.3. Fill My Beer in the Atlantic Sire Stakes at Summerside with that winner's circle presentation. Now the official results in the 14th, Moonfall 4th, Fill My Beer the winner, Whitmere Rocket Man 5th, Rosetown Eclipse 2nd, Here on Earth was 3rd, fractions of 28 and 4, 58 and 2, 128, and the Mild in 156 and 3. In review, 415, 2-3. Fill My Beer at 240 to win. The Exactor 410, the Triactor 1560, and the Superfecta 325.
Race Day Live continues at Summerside tonight as we get you closer and closer to Governor's Plate 57, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. And they'd like to welcome you to the 57th running. Also like to invite you to check out the 2025 lineup that's been located in the center field. They look sharp for sure. Okay, another trip down memory lane. We're going to take you back to 1985. Rocky, I think you were in the winner's circle that night. Did you?
Yeah, I certainly was. You can't see me there, but I was in the winner's circle with Angel Shadow that night. He won it, and 159-2, I believe it was, 159-1.
Yep.
Marcel Barrio. There's Wally McGuinness holding him by the head. Wally, shout out to you. I know you'll be watching tonight.
Yep, he'll be tuned into the show as well. Murray Wade, Lieutenant Governor J.A. Drawn, and Bob Dewar.
Yeah, Bob Dewar on the far right there, if you're looking, was the SRW General Manager at the time. So that's a great photo. And, of course, Marcel, just a great horseman throughout the years.
Absolutely. 1985, trip down memory lane. All right, in with the picks we go with the Atlantic Post Calls and the Paddock Cam. And, it's the traffic's getting lighter there because there's only 2 races left to go. This one and Governor's Plate 57.
Yeah, so again, this is a good-looking field as well. Melissa Keith going to the 1 Woodmere Kennedy with the 5 Elm Grove Mistress and the 6 Sugar Bowl. Kenny Workington, he's been hot, going to Miss Moyes here with the 1 Woodmere Kennedy and the 8 Rosetown Mary Rock.
Garner Burnsdale likes the 6, 1, 8. I'm going with a little bit of a price maybe in here with the 8 Rosetown Mary. 8, 6, 1. My selections here in the 15th race. They're coming out onto the track next.
Race number 15 is the $14,000 final of the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares. Woodmere Kennedy 1, owned by Mike Pollard of Stratford, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell drives. 2 is Plain Jane, owned by Lee and Faith Gavin of Tignish, trained by Chris McKay, Brody McPhee driving. Ms. Moist 3, owned by Olivia May, Quade Hatley and Andrew Cameron of Charlottetown, trained by Adam Murner, Paul Langell catch drives. H44 Dome number 4, owned by Don McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. 5 is Elm Grove Mistress, David Dowling drives for owner-trainer Jennifer Doyle, Vernon Bridge. 6 is Sugar Bowl, owned by Tommy Collins and Brian McPhee of Mount Stewart, trained by Jeff Holmes as Gilles Barrio. Tobin's Brownie 7, owned by Brittany Watts and Sandra Weeks of Springvale. Adam Murner trains and drives. 8 is Rosetown Mary, owned by the Rosetown Stable of Stratford. Taylor McPherson of Cornwall, Corey McPherson trains and drives. 3 minutes to post time. And gentlemen, we're all coming up with our selections here in the 15th. And again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. Here in the 15th, it's the Ruby Chapel Memorial Final. I'm going to 6, Sugar Bowl and Burial. Look for trainer Jeff Holmes to have the mare ready to rock here in this $14,000 final. I'll use number 1, Woodmere Kennedy, coming off a big-time effort for Campbell here in her elimination. A winner in 54-4, and she got the rail again tonight. I'm going to go to the far outside, and that's Rosetown Mary. If she would have drawn anywhere closer, I'd be using her a little sooner on in the mile here. But I like her to be third from post 8, and for super players, I'm going to Murner and Tobin's Brownie. 6187 from the booth. Gentlemen, your choices.
Go ahead, Rock.
I'm going to go with the 8, Rosetown Mary, in the far outside with Corey McPherson for second, the 6, Sugar Bowl, Woodmere Kennedy for third, and then I'll throw in Ace 44 Dome, 8614.
I'm with Vance, 6, Sugar Bowl for Burial, 1, Kennedy, Woodmere Kennedy for Campbell, and 8, Rosetown Mary, who's always flying late. 618 for me.
Just happy along for a ride here. It's good. I love to hear all the different selections there. I think it's a fantastic field for the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares Final, $14,000. And, yeah, we're going to see them pick up and roll through the field here for race number 15. You know, just want to do a shout-out to Jerry McCabe, who helped us. Well, Jerry is always helping us out with some of our history and background and making sure that, you know, we're provided with the right information. So we appreciate that, Jerry.
Yeah, I was talking to Jerry earlier this week through email, and, again, all those photos you see on the screen, we asked Jerry to identify the people in the photos, and Jerry can do that. He can go back through the years. He's a great historian of the game, and Jerry, big shout out to you, and thank you for that.
He was in my office the other day.
Was he? I missed him.
Yeah, no, he was in, and I gave him another truckload of pictures.
He's the best.
Yeah.
Okay, onto the track here, and again, Rock, I know you're going with the 8, but we'll land on the 1 here and talk about this horse for a little bit. This is Woodmere Kennedy for Mike Pollard. Landon Campbell trains. Mark Campbell will do the driving, and Rock, they leave from a good spot here on the rail.
Very good spot on the rail. The last 2 starts were winners. Truro on July the 8th, left on the rail, wire to wire by 4.5 and 156-3. Followed that up here in the elimination of the Ruby Chapel on July 13th on the rail, a winner by a neck in 154-4, new race win record, 28-1 on the end of it. That was her 10th lifetime win on the rail. Woodmere Kennedy free-legged with Mark Campbell. Campbell's looking for win number 3 tonight. Right now they're 1-4.
Okay, you heard the call to post here for race number 15. Quick look at the odds before we go here. Woodmere Kennedy talked about that horse. 1-2 for Campbell on the rail. 10-1 for Plain Jane and Brody McPhee. You just saw a shot of them. Miss Moist is 3 with Langell at 18-1. Ace 44 Dome and Hughes, they're 16-1. Elm Grove Mistress, that's Dowling from post 5 at 7-1. Sugar Bowl, Barrio at 4-1. Then Tobin's Brownie on the outside for Myrner at 12-1. And Rosetown Mary for Corey McPherson, post 8 at 9-1. That's how they'll line up here in race number 15. Good luck with your selections.
There's the countdown clock. It's in for tonight's 15th race. Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares Final for $14,000. Field of 8. In behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go upstairs to Vance.
Woodmere Kennedy, Plain Jane, Ms. Moyes. Ace 44 Dome, Elm Grove Mistress. Sugar Bowl, Tobin's Brownie and Rosetown Mary. The finest age pacing mares on Canada's East Coast. They're here in Summerside, here on Plate Day. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Ace 44 Dome firing out from the middle towards the rail. Woodmere Kennedy, third one as they make their way into the turn. Plain Jane to get away fourth. That's Ms. Moist. Then in fifth is Elm Grove Mistress. Sugar Bowl unhurried. She got away sixth. Then in seventh, that is Tobin's Brownie and the trailer, Rosetown Mary. One straight back to 8 in straight alignment. Led to the quarter. Long shot leader, Ace 44 Dome, and the Blue Knight used by 2. Second up the rail is Plain Jane. Woodmere Kennedy third. Racing from fourth, Ms. Moist, 28-2 the opening quarter. Elm Grove Mistress fifth. There goes Sugar Bowl starting the backfield in motion. Moving sixth. Following out seventh, that's Tobin's Brownie. Rosetown Mary trails the field. Arriving up the opening half mile next, led by Ace 44 Dome. Halfway home, Plain Jane, the 2-hole ride. First up third, that's Sugar Bowl. Following the cover in the outside fourth, that's Tobin's Brownie. 59-1. A pedestrian opening half mile in here. By the 5/8 they go. Ace 44 Dome tried to steal it in the front half. She'll lead the 3/4. Sugar Bowl on the outside second. Third up the rail, Plain Jane. Tobin's Brownie on the outside fourth. Woodmere Kennedy nowhere to go. Trapped at the rail fifth. 3/4 in the books. Ace 44 Dome in 1:27-4. 28-3 in the third quarter. All these mares are picking them up, putting them down now. Ace 44 Dome. Plain Jane at the rail. Sugar Bowl on the outside. Deep stretch now on the wire. Here's Plain Jane. She just got it all for Brody McPhee. Ace 44 Dome was second. Looked like Sugar Bowl third. But it's Plain Jane in the Ruby Chapel Open Mares Final. 156-2.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 15 from Red Shores and Summerside. What a dandy here today. Ace 44 Dome springs the wings, and it sets up perfectly for Plain Jane and Brody McPhee. Rocky.
Patient drive by Brody McPhee to get his double tonight as going to the front, Ace 44 Dome, 28-2, 59-1, 127-4. Here's the stretch drive. Brody gets into the passing lane with Plain Jane, and they're going to gobble up ground here and going to get the win. Second win of the season, 26th career in 156-2. In for second, Ace 44 Dome, and it's close on the line for third. But it is now posted the 6 Sugar Bowl third, 2-4-6 unofficially in the 15th. Great shot by Universal Media in the slow-mo here as Plain Jane, Brody McPhee, they're going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner's circle next.
There's Plain Jane on her way into the 15th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Mare, 7 years by Shadow Play. From the Pearl River Mat Dam, Ruthie Jane. Omba Lee and Faith Gavin of Tignish. Lee is the breeder. Chris McKay has the training double. Brody McPhee picks up the driving double, and Plain Jane captures the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares final in 156-2. Down at the winner's circle, we have the cooler presentation. Plain Jane upsets him in the Ruby Chapel Memorial final. Here's the official results in the 15th. Woodmere Kennedy 5th. Plain Jane the race winner. Ms. Moyes was 6th. Ace 44 Dome 2nd. Elm Grove Mistress finished 8th. Sugar Bowl was 3rd. Tobin's Brownie 7th. Rosetown Mary finished 4th. They went 28-2. 59-1. 127-4. The mile in 156-2. In review, 516, 283, 74. Plain Jane paid $19. The exactor $378.30. The triactor $1,689.40. There is a superfecta carryover. Governor's Plate 57. It's up next. In the 16th, scratch number 2, High Voltage Deo, and scratch number 8, Middleton Terror.
And there we see the Atlantic Post calls paddock cam. 16 minutes to go before 57th running of the Governor's Plate presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Melissa Keith at 4.31, Ken Workington at 4.35.
Yeah, and Garnet Burnsdale, Garnet, he's going to the 5 in here, the defending champ. That's going to be tough enough, along with the 1, Rollum, who I think will be tough from the rail here, going to be protecting for sure. And the 4 as well, Mickey Shan. And then Rocky going to the 4, Mickey Shan here. Jason Hughes on the driver change this week. 5 for Rocky, second, Twin Be Tough Enough, and the rail, Rollum for Mark Campbell, 4.51 for Rocky here. So lots of ways to go in race number 16. It will be the 57th edition of the Governor's Plate presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge.
57th edition of the Governor's Plate. The pacers and the drivers entered the track. One Roland, led down the racetrack by Elijah Merritt, the groom. Roland Bay pacing gelding 7 by Time to Roll from the Pan Pacific Flight Dam, feet on the dashboard. Owned by the Savage Stable, Brent Campbell and Ryan McLeod. Mark Campbell, 3,422 winners, $9.1 million in prize money. Trainer Landon Campbell, new to the sport at 68 winners and $315,000 in prize money. The horse has a record of 49-1 over Scioto Downs 5/8 mile track, just under $500,000 in prize money. He was the 2023 Governor's Plate winner. He is the track record holder in Summerside, and the record stands at 151-1. Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Campbell's the 5-time winner of the Governor's Plate. Here's number 1, Rollum. Two high voltage Deo has been scratched. Now coming onto the track, 3 Bounty Hunter and groom Willie McGinnis. Bounty Hunter Bay pacing gelding 6 by Huntsville from the Camluck Dam at Stonebridge Sunday. Owned by Kevin Harvey of Halifax, Nova Scotia, and Connor Keogh from right here in Summerside. The horse has a record of 150-4, over $250,000 in prize money. Kenny Arsenault has 3,416 wins, $6.9 million in prize money. As a trainer, he has 1,001 winners and over $2.4 million as a trainer. Kenny is a 2-time winner of the Governor's Plate, and he comes back here in 2025 in the 57th edition. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the 2-time Governor's Plate winner, Kenny Arsenault. Here's number 3, Bounty Hunter. From post position 4 comes Mickey Shan and groom Mylin McKay. Mickey Shan's a bay pacing stallion, 6 years, the son of Always Be Mickey. From the Dream Away Dam, Yankee Dream, owned by Capsing Racing Stable of New York, Stephen Klonowski, Earl Hill Jr., and Donald McRae of PEI. Bred by Alabar from New Zealand. Driver Jason Hughes has 2,163 winners and $5.3 million in prize money. Trainer Chris McKay has won 165 races, over $360,000 in prize money. The horse has his record right here, Summerside, in 151-4. The winner of over $187,000 in prize money. Ladies and gentlemen, the Blue Knight Jason Hughes looks for his first Governor's Plate, and he puts his odds on number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the Blue Knight Jason Hughes, and number 4, Mickey Shan. Groom Kayla Gallant will lead down Twin B Tough Enough. He's the pacing brown stallion, the 10-year-old son of rock and roll heaven from the Dragon Again Dam in the pink. Owned by Patrick Moores of Charlottetown. William Donovan of Florida, the breeder. Has a record of 149-4 in the 5/8 at Harrods, Philadelphia. 47 lifetime wins, closing in on $800,000 in prize money. Driver Jill Barrio, a winner of 5,326 races, $12.2 million in prize money. Ronnie Matheson has 1,038 winners as a trainer and $2.1 million in prize money. The winningest driver of all time in the Governor's Plate, the Maritime Magic Man, is Gil Barrio. He's the defending champ, folks. Here's 5. Twin B Tough Enough. Brielle Campbell is the groom to lead down Tony Too Tall. Tony's a black gelding 9 by Big Bad John. From the Liz Mara's Dam, Liz Mara's a lady. Owned by Perry Burke of Gros Isle, Quebec. Bred by Daniel Hale of Utica, Ohio. Has a record of 151-1 in the half-mile track at Northfield, closing in on $500,000 in prize money. Driver Miles Heffernan Sr. has won 858 races and $1.8 million in prize money. Trainer Trevor Hicken has 480 winners and almost $1 million in prize money as a trainer. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Miles Heffernan Sr. looking for his first Governor's Plate. Would you please welcome from post position 6, Tony Too Tall. Misha Perry is the groom of Blood Money. She'll lead him down the track. Blood Money's a brown stallion, 9 years, the son of Sweet Lou, off the Western Ideal Dam, Blood Diamond. Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick is the owner and the driver. Bred by Diamond Creek Farm. Ronnie Matheson, the trainer. The 33 lifetime wins, over $500,000 in prize money. He has a record of 150 flat. Mitch Downey with 78 lifetime wins and over $113,000 in prize money. Ronnie Matheson has trained winners of the Governor's Plate in the past. He has 1,038 wins and $2.1 million in prize money. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome driver Dr. Mitch Downey. Here's number 7 in plate 57, Blood Money. 8 Middleton Terror is scratched. And you're at your final call for wagering here on plate 57 as we return to Rocky, Lee, and Peter and their thoughts on plate 57.
Thank you very much, Vince. And yeah, we'll look at the field here before we go, and that is the 5, Twin B Tough Enough Rock, the defending champ, and I think he's got a shot again tonight.
Absolutely he does. And the elimination for $9,000 left from 3, wired the field in 153-1, 28-4 on the end of it. 10 wins last season.
And there is the 4, Mickey Shen. Jason Hughes, the driver change this week, Rock.
Yeah, in the elimination, left 7, and he was a winner by 4 1/4 in 151-4. New race win record for him, 28-3. On the end of it's got 6 wins already this season.
And there is Blood Money, Dr. Mitch Downey. They're from the outside tonight, Rocky.
4th in the elimination, paced a mile in 153-3, 152-4, finishing 2nd the start before that at Charlottetown. 7 wins last season for Blood Money.
And there is Tony Tutal as well. It's Miles Heffernan Sr. tonight.
I believe he was 2nd last year in the plate. And in the elimination, he finished 3rd, race paced a mile in 153-2, 28-2 on the end of it with 4 wins last season.
And there's the rail sitter, Roland Rocky, won this race in 2023.
Yes, you know, this horse could be very dangerous off the rail because he can leave like a freight train. 153-1 wire to wire, 3 back from post 5, 27-4 on the end of it. 10 wins last season, 151-4 in Charlottetown.
Yeah, and there is Bounty Hunter here for Kenny Arsenal. Kenny won the plate in 2011 with Serious Damage, 2018 with Sarah Sealster. Maybe tonight, Rock again.
I'd love to see him win this race tonight. 13th of July, that was the elimination from post 4. Finished 2nd, 152-3, 29 seconds flat on the end of it. 3 wins last season for Bounty Hunter.
And I know one person that's not here tonight, that's Kevin Harvey, the owner, because I know Gerard and I were talking the other night here in Summerside, and he's coaching a ball tournament, big tournament.
I'm sure he's watching.
He's watching. He's tuned in, I'm sure, and we're going to be, of course, sending them the gate here very shortly. So the Metro Home Building Center starting gate will be picking up the field for the 57th running of the Governor's Plate presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. And we want to thank Warren Ellis and his entire team for their continued support year in and year out. We do appreciate it. The next voice you will hear will be the voice of Island Racing, Vance Cameron. Stand by for Plate 57.
Ladies and gentlemen, pacers and their drivers for Governor's Plate 57 going to the starting gate. At the draw, the horses had money won at $2.93 million and 220 winners. The drivers had over 19,000 wins combined, and the drivers' money had a total of $48.8 million. You're about to watch Summerside's race, the Governor's Plate 57th edition. Roll 'em and Mark Campbell, Bounty Hunter, Kenny Arsenault, Mickey Shan, Jason Hughes, Twinbee Tough Enough, Joe Barrio, Tony Too Tall, Miles Everton Sr., Blood Money, Dr. Mitch Downey, Post Time, dropping, pacing in the Governor's Plate, Bounty Hunter the first one out, Mickey Shan to his outside is second, to get away third, that's a Roll 'em, dropping in fourth, Twinbee Tough Enough, Tony Too Tall got away fifth, and the trailer, Blood Money sixth, quarter pole bound, here comes the Blue Knight aboard Mickey Shan to clear the lead. Second at the rail, that's Bounty Hunter up into third. Roll 'em racing from fourth. That is Twinbee Tough Enough. Fifth at the rail is Tony Too Tall. Trailing the field, Blood Money opened it up. 27-2. Rounding the paddock turn they go. By the 3-8, now led by Mickey Shan. Getting the two-hole ride, Bounty Hunter. Racing from third, that's a Roll 'em. Fourth is the defending champ, Twinbee Tough Enough. Tony Too Tall fifth, trailing sixth, Blood Money. Straight alignment by the opening half mile, and Mickey Shan, the midway point leader. Wow, pedestrian quarter in the Governor's Plate, 57 4.5, just 30-2. Up the backstretch they go. Three-quarter pole land going there, led by Mickey Shan by 2. Roll 'em on the outside. Bounty Hunter along the rail. Twinbee Tough Enough on the outside, fourth. Tony Too Tall fifth. Blood Money the trailer. 3/4 in 1. 26-2. Eighth of a mile left to go, and it's all over. Mickey Shan and the Blue Knight all alone. Bounty Hunter is second. Tony Too Tall closes up. It's Mickey Shan and the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, in Governor's Plate 57. Bounty Hunter was second. Tony Too Tall, he rallied up the inside to be third. And the time for the mile, 1:53 flat. Closing quarter, 26-3.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 16 from Redshores in Summerside tonight. It was the 57th edition of the Governor's Plate presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge and Rock. Mickey Shan got it his own way on the front, and he said, see you later down the lane.
27-2 to the quarter, 57-4 at the half, 126-2, and he's a going away winner here tonight in 153 flat. Bounty Hunter raced well in there for second. Tony Too Tall third. It's 4-3-6 unofficially in tonight's 16th. Great shot by Matthew McLean with Universal Media with the slow-mo of Mickey Shan with Jason Hughes in his first win in the Governor's Plate. They're going to the winner's circle next.
Yeah, Rock, and we know Jason very well. Nice to see him get this signature win in Summerside as he sends the horse right down the road. But we're all happy for Jason getting this win tonight.
Absolutely. Great trip here tonight. 153 wire-to-wire win for Jason Hughes with Mickey Shan.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the winner of Governor's Plate 57 on his way to the Summerside Raceway Winners Circle. The number 4 entry, Mickey Shan. Bay Pacing Stallion, 6 years, the son of Always Be Mickey. From the Dream Away Dam, Yankee Dream, owned by Capsing Racing Stable of New York. Stephen Klonowski, Earl Hill Jr., and PEI's Donald McRae. Chris McKay does the training. Chris has the training triple on this plate day. And the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, has just captured his first Governor's Plate, but it's his 4th winner on the card on this day for the Grand Slam. Mickey Shan put up fractions of 27 and 2. 57 and 4, 126 and 2, and he stopped the clock in 153 flat with an amazing closing quarter of 26 and 3. Mickey Shan, the Blue Knight Hughes, and trainer Chris McKay capture plate 57 at Summerside with the winner's circle presentations.
Well, Vance, it's quite a time over here in the winner's circle. The Blue Knight with his first victory in the Governor's Plate. He's been in it many times. And we'll get a chance to talk to him here. Driver of Mickey Shan.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Now the official results from the 16th. I'll give you that official rundown on the completion of the trackside interview with the Blue Knight Hughes. Here is Lee Drake.
All right, so I have driver Jason Hughes, the Blue Knight, who's been in the plate about 6 times, Jason.
Yeah.
And boy, you get it done tonight with Mickey Shan. Just a great drive. Take us through your trip. You know, a shortened field here tonight, but your horse was much the best.
Yeah, I see Mark wasn't getting off the gate that well, and Kenny had him beat off the gate, so I thought I'd keep going and take a shot at the front. I got there, and pretty good for actions, and then there's a pretty good headwind in the stretch, so I kind of gave him a little breather in the stretch, and then down the back stretch, I let him pace, and it was all him.
You know, I was going to talk about the wind tonight because it seemed to have picked up, and I know a lot of people talking track record speed and stuff like that, but really that doesn't matter in a race like this. You just got to go what you need to do to get it done, and it must be a special win for you.
Yeah, it is, and I was sitting pretty comfortable. There was no challengers, no one near me, so yeah, no, I feel great. Yeah.
What do you know about this horse? I mean, he's relatively new here, well, brand new to Prince Edward Island, only a couple of trips. Any instructions going on him tonight?
No, not really. I was basically told. Chris told me to do whatever I wanted to do, and yeah. Anyway, the trip worked out that way. That I went to the front. I was going to see what happened when the wings folded, but when I seen how things went, I decided to go out.
Well, you know what? You've been in a lot of big races. 6 trips to the plate here, and you get it done tonight. Congratulations.
Thanks a lot, Lee. Appreciate it.
Jason Hughes, ladies and gentlemen, the winner Driver of Mickey Shan gets it done in plate 57, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge.
Here's the official results in Governor's Plate 57. Roll'em fifth. High Voltage Deo scratch. Bounty Hunter was second. Mickey Shan the race winner. Twinbee Tough Enough fourth. Tony Too Tall finished third. Blood Money was sixth. Middleton Terror scratch. The fractions went 27 and 2, 57 and 4, 126 and 2, and the time for the mile in a 153 flat. In review, it's 5 scratch 2, 143, 6 scratch. Mickey Shan paid $230. The Exactor $19.80. The Triactor $282.70. The Late Daily Double paid $25.60. And that's going to conclude Governor's Plate Week of Racing 2025. Today's Par Mutual handle a brand new Summerside Raceway record. The total $192,319. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the historic Summerside Raceway, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.